have an opportunity here to provide leadership, support, and a voice to the voiceless. The sacrifices that we made during our service do not end here. We carry on. We push forward. And we give hope and inspiration through love, community, and support. Stay free.
Rights and freedoms in this country are absolutely everything to me because I personally know the sacrifice required in order to get them back once they're gone. So when my brothers and sisters call Stand 2, be sure I'll be there.
Legacy media will play their games, right? Like, this isn't about this or that. This is about freedom, period.
The only thing necessary for evil to triumph is for good men to do nothing. Brothers and sisters, you know, whether you're a police officer, military, check your hearts. Look where we're going. Man, wake up. I beg you.
If the veterans can't stand up and get a message across to the government, I don't know who can. I don't know. But we're going to give it our best shot. And I think we have a chance to win this and do it. But we need your help. And we need you to come, and we need you to stand too. Thanks for listening, everybody. We'll talk again soon.
Woke pirates, yes, they're robbing, sold out to the merchant ships. Minutes after they took out from the bottomless pit, my head was made strong by the hand of the Almighty. We forward in this generation triumphantly. Won't you help to sing these songs of freedom? It's all I ever have. Redemption songs, redemption songs. Emancipate yourselves from mental slavery. None but ourselves can free our minds. Oh, have no fear for atomic energy, 'cause none of them can stop the time. How long shall they kill our prophets while we stand aside and look? Some say it's just a part of it. Got to fulfill the book. Won't you help to sing these songs of freedom? It's all I ever have. Redemption songs, redemption songs, redemption songs. Emancipate yourselves from mental slavery. None but ourselves can free our minds. Oh, have no fear for atomic energy, 'cause none of them can stop the time. How long shall they kill our prophets while we stand aside and look? Some say it's just a part of it. Got to fulfill the book. Won't you help to sing these songs of freedom? It's all I ever have. Redemption songs, redemption songs. It's all I ever have. Redemption songs, redemption songs, redemption songs.
Hey, what's up, troops? Jeff Evely, the Magnanimous GenX'er Male, back with you now on this 14th day of May 2024, and I practice radical candor. I got my radical candor t-shirt on here, folks. Thanks, Joe, for getting all over that in the merch shop. I didn't even ask for it, but I think we're looking for some merch for the various streamers and stuff like that. So I'm glad that I have some people kind of covering me off in that department, because that's not something that I've paid any attention to. And I have been off for what appears to be 3 weeks at this point. I thought it was 2, to be honest. Because, as I'm always saying, I am constantly biting off more than I can chew. I had 2 court appearances. Everything went fine. Everything went well. I'm held over now. I'm adjourned on one of them until the 3rd of June. That was for a judicial review that I filed with respect to the Nova Scotia Human Rights Commission's constantly just dismissing every complaint that I filed when facing discrimination for not wearing a mask during the hard lockdowns. And that's held over now until 3 June. And also I had another appearance there for that assault charge that I got. It was only against an Antifa guy, though, so that shouldn't even be illegal. And now I have a trial date set for later in the fall. I think it's November, actually. It was later than I expected. So anyway, a little bit of breathing room on those 2 fronts, but I just had my last appearance there on Friday, and all kinds of other stuff going on out there. So the long and short of it is, guys, I think I'm probably going to dial back on the live streams here. I've been doing them 5 days a week for a long time, 2 hours every day. And I like doing them. As a matter of fact, I wish I could do them more, but it's a matter of priorities. And right now there's just so many things going on. We're coming into summer, so there's all kinds of events and stuff like this, and I seem to be getting pulled in every which direction at once. So I'm going to throttle back on this one. And I think what I want to do is the trick is to kind of get all these different tasks or whatever it is that you're doing to complement one another. And so I think what I'm going to do is start working on some short videos and things like that, little information videos that I've been meaning to do for a very long time. I'm going to be developing some other presentations and things like that. So I think I'm going to work on doing these presentations and turning them into videos. And I'll do like 1 live stream a week, maybe 2, something like that. But it might be on a little bit of an ad hoc basis for the next little while, because it's getting crazy out there. But having said all of that, it is good to be with you guys again tonight. Thanks very much for being with me, and thanks to everybody who reached out. Whenever I take a break, it's like people start reaching out saying, "Hey man, what's going on? Are you okay?" I'm like, "Yeah, I'm good, man. Don't worry." But I do appreciate it. It's nice to know that people are thinking about me out there. And I got a couple of texts, one from Dwayne, one from Cindy, right before I went live. I guess I put up the streams, and they were like, "Oh, it's about time." Yeah, welcome back. Okay, right on. So it is good to be back. And all right, I'll go ahead and say my good evenings. Patricia says, "Hey, Jeff's back." Hey, Jeff's back. Yeah, hey, Patricia, thanks for being with us. And she's saying hello, everyone. Welcome back. And Colleen says, "Good evening, folks. It's so good to be seeing Jeff and chatting with y'all. Missing you all." Yes, I miss you guys too. I do enjoy this. So, and here is Cora, and she says, "Yes." And Marion says, "Good evening, everyone from Barrie, Ontario." And she shared it out. And Cindy says, "Good evening, Jeff. And hey, friends, nice to see you." And she's giving us a smiley face. And Patricia is also saying, share. Thanks very much, everybody, for the top cover on that, because I am the worst guy for not sharing my own stuff. I did manage to get this one out fairly well, but I could use all the help that I could get. Darlene says, "Good evening, everyone. Sure did miss everybody." Oh, jeez. I missed you guys. And Grace says, Grace Stamos Wismer says, "Good evening, everyone. Give it us the triple slashy." Rob says, "Evening, patriots and bigots. My radical candor withdrawals were getting nasty." Welcome back, Jeff. Well, thanks very much, Rob. I appreciate it, brother. Colleen says, "I hear you." And let me see. Who did I miss here? Debbie says, "Good afternoon from Taber, Alberta." All right, Debbie, thanks for being with us. And over on Rumble, Chad is here saying, "Hi, Jeff." And Dwayne is here saying, "Evening, folks." And Chet was also saying, "In addition to reading Marcus Aurelius lately, I've also started reading the Dune series. I found a quote in there that I particularly like." Well, this is interesting. Quote, All governments suffer a recurring problem. Power attracts pathological personalities. It is not that power corrupts, but that it is magnetic to the corruptible. Yeah, I definitely think that's a factor. I think both are probably true, but yeah, it's not all one or all the other. It's probably some combination of the two and some other factors as well. Okay, guys, I'm going to go ahead and dive into this sucker. Here is our quote. This is Thomas Paine for today, and he says, "I prefer peace. But if trouble must come, let it come in my time so that my children can live in peace." And Thomas Paine was one of the founding fathers of the United States. So he was a revolutionary. He was born in England and he moved to the United States in something like 1774. So like 2 years before the revolution. And of course, he went there for the purpose of the revolt. And I think it was his pamphlet, Common Sense, that was read by basically every patriotic American leading up to the war. And he was also heavily involved in the French Revolution as well. Those two things happened right around the same time. And there were a lot of the same people were involved, like Benjamin Franklin. He was a member of the Seven Sisters Lodge, the Masonic Lodge, that is, in Paris. And a lot of the guys, well, basically all the founding fathers of the United States were all Masons. And you can see that in, of course, the architecture that they put all over. Like a lot of it is Roman. It's like the new Rome, DC, Washington, DC. A lot of it is Roman, but you'll see a lot of the Masonic symbols all over the place as well. And the obelisk that is the Washington Monument is a pretty dead giveaway. 555 feet tall, which is, you know, a reference. It's some kind of a sacred, I can't remember now, but it's some kind of a sacred number for the Masons. And 777 is like the holiest of numbers. That's where you get 777s on the slot machine. And it's because there were 7 celestial bodies that were visible to the naked eye in the ancient world. So that would be like the moon, the sun, and 5 visible planets, 5 closest planets, that is. So that tended to be like, we tended to think of 7 as being a number that's in harmony with the universe, because that's all that we could observe with the naked eye back in the day, was with those 7 celestial bodies. And then 666 tends to be something like a reference to that 777, but it represents like less than holy. It's not a holy number. It's representative of a character deficiencies anyway. You're lacking in some way. You're not whole. And then the 555, I'm not sure where that comes from, but that's the Washington Monument for George Washington, who was a 32nd degree Mason, and they built an obelisk for his monument, which, you know, goes all the way back to Egypt. Okay, so anyway, a little interesting bit on Thomas Paine there. And here is our meme for the day. It's a 4-panel meme. First panel, you got Justin Trudeau, and he's talking to one of the Chads. Looks like he's got a Diagolon slashy ball cap on, and it says DAG on the side of the ball cap. So here is Justin Trudeau, and he's saying, "Stay home, give us 30% of your income, close your business, don't socialize, don't worship, wear a mask, get vaxxed, get boosted, you're banned, you're fired, your account is frozen, you can't fly, you can't leave the country, let us indoctrinate your children." And our DAG fellow over here is saying, "How about you just fucking leave me alone?" And then Justin Trudeau sitting there with his eyebrows up, and then he comes back and says, "You're an extremist." Yeah, that's about it. Those of us who just want to be left alone, we're somehow extremists. And you know, when the people who just want to be left alone get really incensed, like, look out. I think that's going to be a problem for them. Okay, so here's Kareem Assad, and she says, "Homemade sign depicting Prime Minister Justin Trudeau handcuffed in a prison jumpsuit and syringes in his arms, labeled quote unquote Wacko." Okay, so this was the kind of the big thing while I was away, was the fact that Justin Trudeau got called a Wacko by Pierre Poilievre on the floor of the House of Commons. But anyway, everybody is loving it. So here is this group of protesters and their little mock Trudeau here.
Jail for Trudeau. Hi. Do you want to hold it up, or do you want to go conversate? Can I get somebody else maybe too? I don't want to keep you from any conversation.
Oh, there you go. Wacko has been making it's all over Twitter. So here's GenX'er, and he's sharing out this video here of what transpired in the House of Commons. Here we go.
When will we put an end to this wacko policy by this wacko prime minister?
No. Please withdraw that comment and simply withdraw that comment.
I'll replace it with radical justice policy.
I am not asking to replace. So please withdraw and simply withdraw that comment.
I simply withdraw and replace with the aforementioned adjective.
I have to name you for disregarding the authority of the chair. Pursuant to the authority granted to me by Standing Order 11, I order you to withdraw from the House and from any participation by...
Okay, and that's animated by somebody there. False dot excitement. That was pretty good. The Mountie comes in and hits Pierre with the hockey stick and then drags him out of the House of Commons. Yeah, so this has been getting some traction, so it's pretty good. But here is The Guardian. And the story is Wacko PM, Canadian opposition leader ejected for Trudeau's insult. Conservative Pierre Poilievre refuses to withdraw Wacko comment, prompting censure from the speaker and removal from Commons. The leader of Canada's main opposition party was ejected from the House of Commons after calling Prime Minister Justin Trudeau, quote, a wacko, close quote, in the latest clash between two men set to fight an election next year. And yeah, I mean, Speaker Fergus, it's just snowflakery, right? Like it's like, oh, the Victorian couch faint and the pearl clutching. Oh my goodness, I can't believe you used a word like wacko on the floor of the House of Commons. Give me a break. And wasn't it Trudeau? Like he's called somebody a piece of shit, and he called somebody else a faggot in the floor of the House of Commons. I'm not sure he ever got ejected. Okay, back to the article. The incident started when Pierre Poilievre, leader of the Conservatives, criticized Trudeau for supporting moves in British Columbia to decriminalize some hard drugs in an attempt to reduce the number of overdose-related deaths. Quote, when will we put an end to this wacko policy by this wacko prime minister, close quote, he asked Trudeau in the House of Commons. Speaker Greg Fergus, a Liberal, told Poilievre the comment was unparliamentary and unacceptable and asked him 4 times to withdraw it. Poilievre declined on each occasion, saying instead he would use the word extremist or radical. Fergus told Poilievre he was disregarding the speaker's authority and, in an unusual move, said, quote, I order you to withdraw from the House for the remainder of this day's sitting, close quote. Poilievre, who left the chamber with his legislators, later repeated his attack on Trudeau's stance on drugs. Quote, this is a wacko policy from a wacko PM that's destroying lives, close quote, he said in a social media post. Well, yeah, he is destroying lives. So I'm glad to see this this spineless career politician actually take a stand on, some things. Last week, British Columbia reversed course on part of its narcotics policy, reintroducing a ban on public drug use, although personal possession and consumption will still be allowed in private spaces. So they didn't recriminalize it. They just said, you can't smoke crack in hospitals anymore. You can't smoke crack and shoot up in, the children's soccer field anymore. That's all that really happened. They're not really recriminalizing it. Liberal parliamentarian Steve McKinnon, in charge of government business in the House, told reporters the incident had been a disgrace and showed a disrespect for institutions. Trudeau has a testy relationship with Poilievre, whom he accused of being an extremist and a supporter of the Make America Great Again movement of Donald Trump. Trudeau had earlier spoken to reporters on Tuesday and accused Poilievre of spending time with far-right groups. Quote, that is not responsible leadership. That is dangerous for democracy. It's dangerous for Canadians, close quote, he said. The ejections from the House are relatively rare. The Speaker's office was not immediately available to comment on the last time a leader of the official opposition had been booted out. The next election must be held by late October 2025. Surveys of public opinion indicate the Conservatives would win a large majority over the center-left Liberals who have been in power since November 2015. I'm going to call that fake news right now. There's no way the Liberals are center-left. That's not true at all. They're way out there on the lesbianic, hairy armpit razor's edge of that left side of the spectrum. Okay, and here is Blaine Calkins, and I like Blaine. I think he's a pretty good MP. And he says the Liberal NDP coalition government is taking away your rights over natural health products. They are causing for 2 million to visit a food bank. They are enabling drug addicts to leave jail and enter our communities. After 9 years of wacko policies causing Canadians to suffer, it's time for a common sense government. Justin Trudeau is not worth the corruption, not worth the crime, and not worth the cost. Conservatives will axe the task, build the homes, fix the budget, and stop the crime. I don't know. You know what? It's not bad, guys, but the messaging, everybody's on board with it. I just find it to be a little bit, at times, it's quite weak. But anyway, I'll take it. Here's Blaine Calkins. He's pretty good.
With more Canadians using food banks than ever before, and many on the brink of financial ruin, the next election can't come soon enough.
That's right.
Yet this Prime Minister has insisted on pushing policies that Canadians know are wacko. Handing out needles to prisoners while they're in jail is wacko. Insisting that the budget will balance itself is wacko. Thinking that vitamins and supplements need to be regulated the same as prescription drugs is wacko. Letting repeat offenders out on bail so they can reoffend over and over and over is wacko. Turning a blind eye to foreign interference in our elections is wacko. Letting people smoke meth next to kids in our parks and playgrounds is wacko. After 9 years of wacko policies, Mr. Speaker, it's time for Canadians to switch to a blue Solo cup because the red one's messed up and the orange one's bad luck. Let's bring it home.
All right. So there they are. They're on point. They're on message. Not too bad. But like I said, sometimes I just find this like the not worth the corruption, not worth the crime, not worth the cost. He's a commie and he's destroying our country. Why don't you guys start calling him out on it? Like it's only wacko if you're coming from a position of assuming that this government is actually trying to do good for the country. I don't believe that. I think that they're captured. They're working for China, and it's not wacko at all if you just accept that they're trying to destroy the country. It all makes perfect sense. So I would rather see them take a harder line on that, but I'll take this. And here is Maurice, who says, "Oh, hello, Jeff. Late, absolutely. Only night I didn't check. Just maybe you were on." Well, I do appreciate you checking in. And I would tell you to drop a give me 10 because you're late, but I haven't been on in a while, so I guess you weren't tracking the schedule, and there is no schedule. So I'll leave this one go for tonight, guys. But push-ups are good for you. So by all means, if you want to drop it, give me 10. You can get some bonus points for that. Okay. And here is Kelly Ray tweeting this out. And this is another good clip here. Michelle Ferreri. And good messaging. And the Conservatives are doubling down on they're not going for the pearl clutching anymore, it seems. So they're doubling down on this wacko stuff. Here we go.
Absurd, asinine, foolish, bonkers, deranged. These are the synonyms for wacko, and they are exactly the correct adjectives to describe 9 years of this Prime Minister's policies and behaviors. Hiking the carbon tax to 61 cents a litre is wacko. Letting people smoke meth next to kids in parks is wacko. Creating censorship laws that Margaret Atwood calls creeping totalitarianism is wacko. 2 million people accessing a food bank a month in Canada is wacko. Repeat violent offenders walking free and terrorizing communities is wacko. Tent cities being the norm.
Don't mean to interrupt the honourable member from Peterborough Kawartha, but I understand that there's no translation.
anything to get them to stop. They can't take it, guys. So this is actually pretty wonderful. Speaking of wacko, here is, I've shown this before, but here's Gina Messina. It's Mental Health Week and Canadians enjoy the biggest wacko at the helm of our country. All right. Remember this when he was at the hockey game? Look at this insane person. He's just clapping. For those of you just listening, this is the one where he's just clapping. And he just starts clapping like a complete maniac. Like, what the heck is he doing? He's at the women's hockey game. Oh, look at me. I'm so feminist. I clap harder. Look at me, Stalin. Look how much I'm clapping. Look how hard I'm clapping. And here's his daughter next to him. And even she's a little freaked out. Like, oh my God, what the heck is he doing? Look at the look on her face. What is wrong with my dad? Look at him. Oh God. There's definitely something wrong with him. Okay, and here's Melissa, and she says, here we have Justin Trudeau celebrating 20 million doses of the AstraZeneca COVID vaccine, which as of today has been withdrawn globally while also being linked to rare, dangerous side effects. Yes. And she's retweeting Justin Trudeau from September 25th, 2020. And he's saying vaccines save lives. That's why we reserve doses of multiple vaccine candidates, including up to 20 million doses from AstraZeneca. And we're supporting the COVID-19 Vaccine Global Access Facility, procuring doses for people in Canada in low and middle income countries. Didn't we end up giving all of that to poor people, like the third world? I'm pretty sure that's what we did with all of these deadly vaccines that no Canadians would take. We were just like, here you go, third world. You guys put them in your arms. And here's the Telegraph. And they say AstraZeneca admits its COVID vaccine can cause rare side effects in court documents for first time. Pharmaceutical giant being sued in class action over claims its vaccine caused death and serious injury in dozens of cases. AstraZeneca has admitted for the first time in court documents that its COVID vaccine can cause rare side effects in an apparent about turn that could pave the way for a multi-million pound legal payout. The pharmaceutical giant is being sued in a class action over claims that its vaccine developed at the University of Oxford caused death and serious injury in dozens of cases. Lawyers argue the vaccine produced a side effect which has had devastating effects on small numbers of families. The first case was lodged last year by Jamie Scott, a father of two, who was left with a permanent brain injury after developing a blood clot and a bleed on the brain that has prevented him from working after he received the vaccine in April 2021. The hospital called his wife 3 times to tell her that her husband was going to die. AstraZeneca is contesting the claims, but has accepted in a legal document submitted to the High Court in February that its COVID vaccine, quote, can, in very rare cases, cause TTS, close quote. And here is, looks like a snippet out of the lawsuit itself. TTS, which stands for thrombosis with thrombocytopenia syndrome, am I saying that right? Thrombocytopenia syndrome causes people to have blood clots and low blood platelet count. 51 cases have been lodged in the High Court, with victims and grieving relatives seeking damages estimated to be worth up to $100 million. AstraZeneca's admission, made in legal defense to Mr. Scott's High Court claim, follows intense legal wrangling. It could lead to payouts if the drug firm accepts the vaccine was the cause of serious illness and death in specific legal cases. The government has pledged to underwrite AstraZeneca's legal bills. Yeah, great. So it's going to be the taxpayer. In a letter of response sent in May 2023, AstraZeneca told lawyers for Mr. Scott that, quote, we do not accept that TTS is caused by the vaccine at a generic level, close quote. But in the legal document submitted to the High Court in February, AstraZeneca said, quote, it is admitted that the AZ vaccine can, in very rare cases, cause TTS. The causal mechanism is not known. Further, TTS can also occur in the absence of the AstraZeneca vaccine or any vaccine. Causation in any individual cause will be a matter for expert evidence, close quote. Lawyers argue that the AstraZeneca Oxford vaccine is, quote, defective, close quote, and that it effectively has been, quote, vastly overstated. Its efficacy has been vastly overstated, claims AstraZeneca strongly denies. Scientists first identified the link between the vaccine and a new illness called vaccine-induced immunothrombocytopenia and thrombosis, VITT, as early as March 2021, shortly after the COVID-19 vaccine rollout began. Lawyers for the claimants argue that VIT is a subset of TTS, although AstraZeneca does not appear to recognize the term. The government has indemnified AstraZeneca against any legal action, but has so far refused to intervene. Kate Scott, Mr. Scott's wife, told the Telegraph, quote, the medical world has acknowledged for a long time that VITT was caused by the vaccine. It's only AstraZeneca who've been questioned whether Jamie's condition was caused by the jab. Quote, it's taken 3 years for this admission to come. It's progress, but we would like to see more from them and the government. It's time for things to move more quickly. I hope their admission means we will be able to sort this out sooner rather than later. We need an apology, fair compensation for our family and other families who have been affected. We have the truth on our side, and we're not going to give up, close quote. Patient safety is our highest priority. Sarah Moore, a partner at the law firm Lee Day, who is bringing the legal claims, said, quote, it has taken AstraZeneca a year to formally admit that their vaccine can cause the devastating blood clots, when this fact has been widely accepted by the clinical community since the end of 2021. Quote, in that context, regrettably, it seems that AstraZeneca, the government, and their lawyers are more keen to play strategic games and run up legal fees than to engage seriously with the devastating impact that their AstraZeneca vaccine has had on our clients' lives, close quote. In a statement, AstraZeneca said, quote, our sympathy goes out to anyone who has lost loved ones or reported health problems. Patient safety is our highest priority, and regulatory authorities have clear and stringent standards to ensure the safe use of all medicines, including vaccines. From the body of evidence in clinical trials and real-world data, the AstraZeneca Oxford vaccine has continuously been shown to have an acceptable safety profile, and regulators around the world consistently state that benefits of vaccination outweigh the risks of extremely rare potential side effects, close quote. The company is pointing out that product information relating to the vaccine was updated in April 2021 with the approval of the UK regulator to include, quote, the possibility that the AstraZeneca Oxford vaccine is capable in very rare cases of being a trigger for close quote, TTS. The company does not recognize claims it has performed an about turn in acknowledging that the vaccine can cause TTS in court documents. Independent studies show that the AstraZeneca vaccine was incredibly effective in tackling the pandemic, saving more than 6 million lives globally in the first year of the rollout. The World Health Organization has said the vaccine was, quote, safe and effective for all individuals age 18 and above, close quote. And the adverse effect that has prompted the legal action was, quote, very rare, close quote. The vaccine, heralded at its launch by Boris Johnson as a, quote, triumph for British science, close quote, is no longer used in the UK. In the months after the rollout, the potentially serious side effect of the jab was identified by scientists. It was then recommended that under 40s be offered an alternative jab because of the risk of the AstraZeneca vaccine outweighing the harm posed by COVID. Lawyers representing families suing the drug company argue that the vaccine was not as safe as individuals were entitled to expect. They are suing the firm based in Cambridge under the Consumer Protection Act 1987. Mr. Scott's lawyers have argued that he suffered, quote, personal injuries and consequential losses arising out of his sustaining vaccine-induced immune thrombosis with thrombocytopenia as a result of his vaccination on 23 April 2021 with the AstraZeneca COVID-19 vaccination, close quote. Official figures from the Medicines and Healthcare Products Regulatory Agency, MHRA, show that at least 81 deaths in the UK are suspected to have been linked to the adverse reaction that caused clotting in people who also had low blood platelets. In total, almost 1 in 5 people who suffered from the condition died as a result, according to the MHRA's figures. The government runs its own vaccine compensation scheme, but alleged victims claim the one-off payment of £120,000 is adequate. Figures obtained under the Freedom of Information request show that out of 163 payouts made by the government by February this year, at least 158 went to recipients of the AstraZeneca vaccine. The Vaccine Damage Payment Scheme gives compensation to those injured by vaccines or to the bereaved next of kin. Fewer than 5 people under the scheme receive vaccines other than AstraZeneca. AstraZeneca has previously argued in court papers that claims against the company are, quote, confused, close quote, and, quote, wrong in law, close quote, in the defense filing. AstraZeneca said the benefit-risk profile of the vaccine was and remains positive. AstraZeneca is the second largest publicly listed company in the UK with a market capitalization of more than £170 billion. Its chief executive, Sir Pascal Soriot, is the highest paid boss among FTSE 100 companies, with earnings close to £19 million. Well, let's hope that he gets sued into a lifetime of poverty. And here is Reuters. AstraZeneca to withdraw COVID vaccine globally as demand dips. I'm not going to go into the whole article. Well, no, it's only a short one. Here we go. 8 May, Reuters. AstraZeneca said on Tuesday it had initiated the worldwide withdrawal of its COVID-19 vaccine due to a, quote, surplus of available updated vaccines, close quote, since the pandemic. Well, usually you compete, right, with those other vaccines. If your product is really good, then you get in there and you compete with these other producers and you take the market share, right? I think the real reason they're taking this off, well, the demand is dipping because everybody knows this stuff is deadly now. And they're saying, oh, it's the demand. That's why we're pulling it. But really, you know, in these companies are highly competitive. So I don't buy this for 1 second. I think they know the jig is up. The company also said it would proceed to withdraw the vaccine Vaxzevria's marketing authorizations within Europe. Quote, as multiple variant COVID-19 vaccines have since been developed, there is a surplus of available updated vaccines, close quote, the company said, adding that this has led to a decline in demand for Vaxzevria, which is no longer being manufactured or supplied. According to the media reports, the Anglo-Swedish drug maker has previously admitted in court documents that the vaccines cause side effects such as blood clots and low blood platelet counts. The firm's application to withdraw the vaccine was made on March 5th and came into effect on May 7th, according to the Telegraph, which first reported the development. The Serum Institute of India, SII, which produced AstraZeneca's COVID-19 vaccine under the brand name COVID Shield, stopped manufacturing and supply of the doses since December 2021, in an SII spokesperson said. London-listed AstraZeneca began moving into respiratory syncytial virus vaccines and obesity drugs through several deals last year after a slowdown in growth as COVID-19 medicine sales declined. Okay, that is interesting, that line there. Here is AstraZeneca USA. This is their own website. It says, welcome to AstraZeneca United States. We push the boundaries of science to deliver life-changing medicines. And, oh, shoot, I don't think I have the right. Okay, so we have. Okay, I had an article up here, and I think I dropped it somehow. Where did it go? But I will say this. Here is some of the stuff that's on the horizon. AstraZeneca unveils latest research across key respiratory and immune-mediated diseases as ATS 2024, showcasing strength, its broad pipeline and portfolio. So they're moving into this other stuff. And the other thing that I saw, I could swear I had it up here. The other thing that I saw is that they are moving resources into the cancer research side of things, and they're looking at mRNA-based cancer treatments and this kind of thing. And I was talking to Dr. William Mackis about this when I had him on the program, and man, oh man, it's like they gave everybody this shot that destroys the immune system, destroys the hearts, and promotes cancer, and now they're shifting all of their R&D into cancer research. Isn't that great? They gave everybody cancer, so they can make a shit ton of money off it by pushing a bunch of cancer drugs that are now mRNA based. And here is ZNO on X, and they're saying, I'm sure Pfizer buying a pharmaceutical company after the rollout of the COVID-19 shot that specializes in cardiovascular treatments and medicine, as well as getting approval on their first quote-unquote gene therapy for blood clots, was just a mere coincidence. It's not about our collective health. It's always about their collective wealth. Thank you very much. Well said. So they're buying. Here's Pfizer buying up this smaller pharmaceutical company, gaining key cardiovascular treatments. Yeah, you think maybe they're expecting that there's going to be a spike in demand for cardiovascular treatments, not to mention the cancer treatments as well. Here's Bloomberg. He's got another article here. It says Pfizer's first gene therapy gets U.S. nod for clotting ailment. Isn't that great? Is there going to be a big spike in clotting? Or is that what they're expecting? Cardio issues and cancers, you think? Oops. This is, here is the Scoops Gazette. This is on Substack, and title is Emails from Health Canada Reveal that SV40 Contamination in Pfizer Vax. Was it unexpected to find this sequence in the finished product? Response, yes, because Pfizer did not identify the presence of SV40 promoter enhancer in the plasmid template used to produce mRNA. And that's apparently how it got in there too. It's part of the DNA that they use to produce the mRNA, and not enough of it was like some of it remained whole when it was supposed to be modified into mRNA, so it stayed in the batches there. Just really poor quality control, or maybe it's a great way to make money, give everybody cancer and then sell them the cure. Okay, so here is the article. Update. This email package has been picked up great coverage from the Epoch Times, Western Standard, Rebel News, and Kevin McKernan's Substack. An interview of McKernan on the email release may be found here. A discussion with some of the researchers, myself and others here. The SV40 virus is an oncogenic, has cancer-causing potential. The virus has an infamous history known to have been injected into millions of baby boomers via the contaminated polio vaccine program of the 1950s and 60s. In February 2023, Kevin McKernan sequenced some of the COVID vaccine vials and published the results, which showed the presence of SV40 DNA fragments. In October 2023, a preprint went into more detail. Researchers on the paper are David Speicher, Jessica Rose, Maria Gucci, David Weissman, and Kevin McKernan. Health Canada first acknowledged that the SV40 enhancer was present in the Pfizer injections to journalists Noah Chartier and Matt Horwood. That revelation inspired the request for emails on the topic of Health Canada provided below. And they have he's got all the different emails that have been provided. And the bottom line is that they knew that the SV40 was there, and they only just admitted it recently. SV40, as he says, is oncogenic, which is cancer promoting. And, all of these companies that gave everybody cancer are now going to make tons of money off of treating that cancer, which is what? Well, it's pretty wacko. So here is Dacey. He's greeting Justin Trudeau outside of the PMO. And here we go.
You're a wacko! Wacko! Policies are wacko too! Wacko!
There you go. Is that C squared? I think that's yelling at him. I'm not sure. The wacko. But well done, everybody. I'm glad that he's taking all kinds of heat on this. I'm sure he hates it too. And Patricia's saying it's a good time to be a medical malpractice lawyer. Yeah, you're telling me. I mean, that's if you can keep your license. If you speak out, then they're going to de-license you, right? Okay, and here is the wacko himself. Rowan the Stallion is tweeting out breaking. An evasive Justin Trudeau refuses to answer Laura Stone's question amidst trailing Pierre Poilievre by 20% in the pub, and the public having an overwhelming view of him personally, why he won't quit. An overwhelmingly negative view of him personally, why won't he quit? Okay, so Trudeau warning everybody, but I think this is a pretty sick burn. I'll let it play as long as I can stand. Here we go.
Prime Minister, I want to ask you about leadership. Polls have put you 20 points behind the Conservatives, and it doesn't seem to be getting better despite your recent communications push from your budget. The public appears to have an overwhelmingly negative view of you personally, and you seem to
It was overwhelmingly negative. There you go.
have lost control of the conversation on some of the key issues that Canadians care about. I think the public might be looking at you and your position right now and thinking, for the good of the Liberal Party, why is he staying on?
What about the country? Not hard to tell you where the reporter's coming from, right? She's a Liberal, and she's saying, you're destroying my party. And the rest of us are like, what about the country? The rest of the country. It's not about the Liberal Party. It's about the whole damn country.
Thank you for your concern, Laura. But as you see, we're here investing in good jobs for today and for generations to come. The world is in a challenging place. Absolutely.
Yeah, you're building batteries. The podium here says strengthening our EV supply chain. So that's the announcement that he's making. I don't know. He's made a bunch of announcements about these stupid battery plants. And I was in my garage. Well, I've been spending quite a bit of time in my garage. I'm working on some stuff around the house as well. This is another thing that's been occupying my time lately. But I must have no fewer than like 3 drills. I was looking at this the other day. I was like, I have all of these drills that I've accumulated over the years. And what are they? They're like nickel cadmium, right? The batteries are nickel cadmium. You can't buy them anymore. You can't buy replacement batteries for them. They're junk. The batteries, they do wear out over time, even if they are rechargeable, and then they're useless because there's no nickel cadmium left. So batteries are hardly renewable technologies, guys.
But that's why for 8 years, this government has been putting forward investments and a frame that both fights climate change and creates good jobs and economic growth, that understands that if you want...
All right, that's enough of him. Okay, let's move on. All right, here is Blacklock's reporter, and they say ask prosecutors a day later. Access to information records uncovered by Conservative MP Arnold Viersa show Cabinet waited until after it invoked the emergency powers against the Freedom Convoy to seek advice from Crown prosecutors. MPs for years have sought proof of Cabinet's claim it was told by lawyers beforehand that the action was lawful. Quote, we never know because Justin Trudeau censored it, close quote. So, yeah, you think maybe that has something to do with the overwhelmingly negative view of Justin Trudeau himself that Canadians have? I think it probably has something to do with it, at least. So they've been telling us this whole time that there's this legal opinion out there that says that it was okay for Jody Thomas to invoke the Emergency Measures Act. Now, I know she doesn't actually have the authority to do that, but she's the one steering it. It's her and Janice Charette, as far as I can tell. And she was the one saying, she was the first one to say at the Emergency Measures Act that there is this legal opinion out there somewhere. Nobody's seen the legal opinion yet. It didn't come up at the judicial review by the federal court that eventually led to the Emergency Measures Act invocation being declared ultra vires. They're going to appeal it, but they don't have anything. There's no such legal opinion. We've been saying it this whole time, and now we have confirmation. They didn't even ask for a legal opinion. They didn't get the advice from Crown prosecutors before invoking it. So, the walls are closing in on these guys. And even the CBC is going after Trudeau, so that's positive. And here is the Bureau. This is Sam Cooper, and I think Cindy was just saying that his book there is really great. I haven't started it yet. I have so many books that I'm constantly reading, but I can't wait to dive into Sam Cooper. It's going to be great. Yeah, Cindy was just saying that. Sam Cooper's book is really good. Tell all. All right. Thanks for letting me know. I have it on the shelf. I haven't started it yet. No spoilers. Okay, here is the Bureau. And Sam Cooper says, CSIS and Toronto police believe Canadian politicians exposed to PRC blackmail in underground casino. Sources, YRP allegedly captured digital evidence from casino network tied to, quote, Team Trudeau, close quote, fundraising and election interference investigations. I didn't mention this at the start of the program, guys, but this might be a bit of a long one. I got a lot of tabs lined up for today. I haven't done any streams in a while. I didn't try to catch up and cover everything that I missed or anything, but it's still quite a bit of material to get through. Okay, so here's the article. During the pandemic, Canadians were awed by images of heavily armed tactical officers raiding 5 De Courcy Court, $10 million, 53-room villa in Markham, Ontario, stacked with deadly weapons and over $1 million in cash, the proceeds of an opulent quote-unquote palace offering spa and gambling pleasures to wealthy clients, according to York Regional Police, YRP. Quote, the money moving through these underground casinos leads to huge profits for criminals that fund other ventures such as prostitution and drug trafficking, close quote. YRP stated in a September 2020, adding detectives believe patrons received brothel services inside the 20,000 square foot marble floored mansion. In a journalistic probe, including interviews with numerous Canadian intelligence, law enforcement, and diaspora sources, the Bureau has discovered, aside from casino crimes at 5 CSIS investigators suspected the gambling haven functioned with Chinese intelligence to capture Canadian politicians in Beijing clandestine election interference networks. Following YRP's July 2020 night raid on 5 De Courcy, while detectives pursued illegal casino and weapons charges against 18 suspects, officers also reached out to CSIS investigators with stunning information. They said that digital video evidence seized from 5 De Courcy's owner, politically connected Toronto real estate developer from China's Anhui province, revealed that local politicians could have been recorded in compromising sexual acts. Quote, CSIS was aware through human sources that Canadian politicians were at the underground casino, close quote, a senior intelligence source said. Quote, our major concern was the high likelihood that Canadian politicians had been exposed to blackmail by Chinese Communist Party agents. We had reasonable grounds to believe that digital evidence would show this concern, close quote. CSIS investigators in Toronto had to write a warrant to obtain YRP's evidence, according to sources, because in Canada's legal system, police and intelligence agencies cannot share sensitive information without judicial approvals. I think that's probably appropriate. We don't want the spy agency spying on Canadians, and we sure as heck don't want... I should probably get a paid subscription to this and get the rest of the article. We don't want CSIS spying on regular, everyday Canadians without some kind of oversight, of course. So they should have those judicial approvals. This is part and parcel for the CCP's blue, gold, yellow strategy, blue for hacking, gold for finance, and yellow for honeypots. That's their basic elite capture strategy. So they'll hack into people's phones and computers and get compromising information, like Hunter Biden banging hookers and smoking crack. And they'll use the bribery, of course, is pretty self-explanatory, and just enrich them generally. You know, these business partnerships can be very effective in that regard as well. And then the yellow is the honeypot. So I see the gold and the yellow probably in play in this one for sure. It's going to be really interesting, I think, to find out who was actually going to this casino. And here is Andy Lee, and she says, tucked into new foreign agent legislation suddenly tabled unexpectedly by the Liberals in Bill C-70 are updated provisions to soften up Section 52.1 of the Criminal Code, making sabotage an indictable offense only if there is, quote, intent to endanger. Pay attention very closely. Yes, I agree. And this one, you know, Wan Pao Wu, that motherless commie bastard who happens to be a Canadian senator. He's a Chinese national and a Canadian senator. He was tweeting out about this. And I was commenting on it. It was like, yeah, thanks for letting us know that the CCP is very pro Bill C-70, because that's what they're doing, is they're trying to soften this up a little bit. The intent to endanger, like, intent is a very tricky thing. And what I see happening here is something like the James Comey approach to Hillary Clinton's destruction of over 300,000 classified emails that were under subpoena, and then smashing all of her electronic devices. And when there was any question as to the mishandling of classified information, because she had a server set up in her bathroom handling classified information, and it wasn't at all equipped to do that. There are all kinds of special protocols that need to be applied to anything like that. And I can guarantee you, like, a bathroom is not the kind of place that you would store that anyway. Probably belonged in a SCIF, like a secure compartmentalized information facility or intelligence facility where, there's like a Faraday cage around it, so you can't get any of the signals intelligence and blah, blah, blah. But none of that was done. And then James Comey got out there and he said, we did all the investigation and we found all this stuff that they did, but we couldn't find anything that supported that she intended to cause any harm to the national security. Well, that wasn't really a consideration when it was a submariner, a United States Navy submariner took a picture of the engine of a nuclear submarine that he maintained, and he never shared it with anybody. He only had it on his phone for himself, and he ended up getting 5 years for that. There are other people out there. I can't think of them right now, but there are other people who have gone to jail over this kind of stuff. And Hillary Clinton got a pass from James Comey because he wasn't able to ascertain her intent, because he's not a mind reader. That's not what law enforcement does. They don't read people's minds. It's really just a question of whether the act itself was actually committed, and then you can hand that off to prosecutors and the courts to really haggle over the severity of the situation. And in a situation like that, they may try to infer intent, but that's not the kind of thing for investigators to do. So that's what they're doing, is they're trying to create these loopholes to keep their to shelter these commies from prosecution. Okay, here is True North. And they say, CSIS briefing warns that China exploited renewable energy to gain advantage over Canada. You don't say. So this is what I've been saying for a while now, and it seems like CSIS is catching up to me. This whole green energy debacle is just part of the PSYOP to weaken the West so that China can overtake us economically. And once that happens, like, they're going to try to dominate us. And if they're successful in dominating us, we might never get out of that, right? Like, we might not have the capacity to do that because we were too economically weak, and then they'll be in a position to keep us that way. So that's what I think it is. And you know what? It's good to know that perhaps our intelligence agencies are starting to get wise to this as well, and maybe it'll become a little bit more mainstream in terms of the political discourse. Okay, Canada's top intelligence agency has issued a stark warning about China's intentions to exploit the renewable energy sector, leveraging its control over critical minerals and battery to computer chip production. The Canadian Security Intelligence Services briefing, obtained through an access to information request, sheds light on China's strategic maneuvers in the global energy landscape and underscores the challenges posed to Canadian and allied interests. CSIS highlighted the Republic of China's dual approach to energy, heavily reliant on fossil fuels, yet poised to exploit renewable for strategic advantage. Quote, the People's Republic of China heavily relies on fossil fuels and is likely to exploit renewables for strategic purposes, close quote, wrote CSIS. Quote, while the PRC leads the renewable energy sector, from rare earth reserves to manufacturing solar cells and batteries, most renewables are produced using polluting energy resources that are exported to foreign markets, close quote. Of particular concern is China's control over supply chains, with the PRC's dominance in renewable energy posing a potential threat to other countries, including Canada. The briefing emphasizes China's history of weaponizing supply chains, a tactic that could jeopardize Canada's dependence on the PRC's renewable energy technology. Quote, the PRC is the world's largest energy consumer, primarily relying on coal, making it the largest emitter of carbon dioxide. Beijing aims to peak PRC carbon emissions by 2030 and achieve net zero emissions by 2060, close quote, wrote CSIS. I think that's right out of the Paris Accords, but of course, that's all a bunch of bunk. They don't have to do crap until 2030. And I think that's really just kind of like, we'll try. We'll do it. We'll try and do it then. I can't remember the exact verbiage from the Paris Agreement itself, the Paris Accord. Quote, however, challenges in emissions reductions are greater for China due to its lower income level, necessitating an expedited transition compared to developed countries, close quote. The briefing also highlights China's portrayal of itself as a climate leader while engaging in action more aligned with those of a spoiler, prioritizing carbon energy despite climate commitments. This behavior poses a global disruption, particularly concerning for Canadians and allied energy transition efforts. In tandem with these revelations, recent statements from the Chinese ambassador to Canada, Kong Piawu, affirmed China's steadfast pursuit of majority stakes in Canadian critical mineral companies. Quote, politicizing normal commercial cooperation and using national security as a pretext for political interference is wrong. China has expressed firm opposition to this. We will continue to do business on the basis of mutual respect and mutual benefit, close quote, said Kong. Yeah, whatever. They don't respect us. The consulate even issued that damning, that there was that one communique that they issued there saying that China will continue to pray a wrong until the very end. So that was quite menacing, and I don't think that they have any respect for us, and we shouldn't show any respect for them. Call them out on this BS, like they're just fleecing us. CSIS warned further China's focus on dominating the critical mineral market, including lithium, graphite, copper, and rare earth elements abundant in Canada, aligns with its broader economic strategy to gain a competitive advantage in the digital technology manufacturing. In response to China's aggressive stance, Prime Minister Trudeau has signaled support for a critical mineral divestment strategy to counter China's push for access to the Canadian market. Well, he says that he will, but we'll see. And here is John Kerry's daughter. This is Wall Street Silver. John Kerry's daughter, Vanessa Kerry, asserts that the climate crisis is a health crisis. Here we go. This is what's coming next. And I've been pointing to the WEF as a proxy for China, part of their influence operations and their elite capture strategy in particular, as well. The IPCC at the UN, I think, is probably co-opted as well. Like the UN is not, they hate us. So they're in bed with the commies and the Islamists, controlled by them by and large. And our adversaries are co-opting these supranational institutions in an effort to bring us under their thumb. And the WHO is no different. The WHO has been controlled by Russia and China since the early 50s. And we saw that, during the pandemic with our own Canadian scientists dropping off the call with Taiwan because they didn't even want to say the word Taiwan, so they wouldn't anger China. That's how much control and influence they really have. But here we are with the World Economic Forum, and now we're talking about merging all of these things, like between the IPCC, the World Economic Forum, and the WHO. Everybody's saying the same thing, and the West must fall.
The climate crisis is a health crisis fundamentally, and that actually means it is a crisis, therefore, also of our stability, our security, our economic growth, and our fundamental future as a globe. When we think about it, health is fundamental to everything that we are trying to do. A country like Zambia is now shutting down its schools because of a cholera outbreak that is from increased rainfall. In malaria is spreading in areas where it's been eradicated or removed in many of these countries. We are losing progress against our sustainable development goals. We have put billions of dollars towards those goals, and we're truly losing progress. We're now about to see the statistics of the deaths that we're seeing by 2050 is more than double what the statistics used to be. This is not a future problem, though. We always talk in future numbers. This is a problem happening here and now today. 2023 was an apocalyptic year in terms of extreme weather events and what we've seen happen. The climate crisis is a health crisis.
Nonsense. Yeah, I mean, I think we're in for a heavy wildfire arson season this year, according to what Trudeau was saying there recently. But as everybody around here should know, like, that was all arson. I mean, not all of it, but yeah, they and everything's been coming out of Alberta so far. It's like arson, human causes anyway, eco-terrorists, NDP supporters, but I repeat myself. So they're still spinning this thing. And the extreme weather stuff, like, I've shown the statistics on forest fires here on this program, and there were way more of them even in the early 90s. So we've gotten much better at managing these things, although lately, of course, we're not managing our forests, so that's a big problem. But we had gotten better for a while, and now we suck more than ever, and that's entirely because we're in a management crisis. And of course, I'm going to say it. It's the boomer generation. They can't manage our institutions. Now, here is your green economy, everybody. I'm pretty sure I've shown this before, but Tommy is tweeting this out. While the left tell you that you are destroying the planet with your fossil fuels, spare a thought for the 40,000 slave children used to bring you your electric vehicles. Right, here we go. This is from the Congo. These are artisanal mines, as in they dig with their hands. And they employ children to get the cobalt that we need for our Teslas.
They're trying to get away from evil. Everybody say, no Congo, no fun. All my people sing, no Congo, no fun. Yeah, we cry every day, no Congo, no fun. All my people say, no Congo, no fun. Everybody say, no Congo, no fun.
Says DR Congo, the Democratic Republic of Congo, has the largest cobalt deposits in the world. So,
my people sing, no.
And this kid is like 5.
Congo, no fun. Yeah, we cry every day, no Congo, no fun.
Maybe not even that. Look at the poor guy.
My people say, no Congo, no fun. Crying every day, they be crying every day. All my people, they're hungry, they're crying, my Lord, can you hear me sing? What more can I say? They be working every day. All them kids, they deserve to have fun, Baba God.
Hashtag no Congo, no phone.
Can you hear me sing? This goes out to my people. They're trying to...
Okay. And Colleen was just saying, I've been here for 25 years and I've never seen the forest so bad. Yeah, I mean, it's the same thing around here. It's crazy. You know, we still have all this downed foliage from Fiona all over the place. It's better than it was anyway. And Andrew's giving me the share, folks. Yes, thank you very much for the top cover. I am the worst guy, of course, for not sharing my own stuff. And I haven't been on in a while, guys. And I was just saying, Andrew, that it might be a little bit ad hoc moving forward, coming into the summer here. I'm just kind of, managing a lot of different priorities. And I think something's got to give. And this is the thing that I can kind of, it's at my leisure. And this is all free. So I might be a little bit ad hoc, like 1 or 2 a week for a little while here. But anyway, hopefully it's only temporary. We've got a lot of big things coming up. And I got to make way for some upcoming priorities. Okay, and here is Jonathan McLeod. And he's tweeting out a picture of this is Ottawa City Hall. I recognize it. He says City Hall is all locked up. Pictured are the barbarian hordes trying to storm the building. We are all quivering in fear. Okay, so I guess I don't know. I think he's being a little bit tongue in cheek there. You can't really see the barbarian hordes outside, but I guess Ottawa City Hall is all locked up because of the Hammassholes protests. And here is Dacey, and he's saying, quote, "They say that they are indigenous, but they all come from Europe. Leave Palestine alone and go back to Europe." An interesting chant from the anti-Israel demonstrators at Ottawa City Hall this afternoon. Yeah, this is the kind of stuff that they're saying. Okay, here we go.
They say that they're indigenous, but they all came from Europe. Leave Palestine alone. Leave Palestine alone. Leave Palestine alone and then go back to Europe. That they're indigenous, but they all came from Europe. Leave Palestine alone. Leave Palestine alone. Leave Palestine alone and then go back to Europe. This is what Zionism is. They dance on the bodies of our children. They dance when they hear genocide. It's a celebration for them. Absolutely disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. Shameful Zionists. Shame, shame, Zionists. Shame, shame, Zionists.
Yeah. Okay. And this is something I addressed this ages ago, but some people are always they're putting this out there now, that the people who live in Israel are not really ethnically Jewish, or they're not indigenous to the region. And sometimes they'll point to things like DNA testing that shows that mitochondrial DNA is it is the matrilineal line. So the mother, the side of the DNA that we get from our mother's side, does trace its roots back to Europe a lot of the time, but overwhelmingly the patrilineal DNA, the father's line, goes back to the Middle East. So what that really indicates is that Jewish men living in the diaspora would probably convert European women and take them as wives. Yeah, I mean, I don't know who they think built the temple there, the Temple Mount that's in Jerusalem to this day. But anyway, it's all very silly, especially given that some of these people are not indigenous to Canada, so they should probably go back to their ancestral homelands. Let's everybody just go back to their ancestral homelands. What are those borders going to look like? Well, something like when Abel put up a fence on Cain's land or something like that, right? Like, are we supposed to go all the way back to that? Probably not, but it's a specious argument to begin with, and not practicable. And also, like, there are Arabs all over the Middle East. Are we going to send them back to Arabia, like, or not just the Middle East, but North Africa as well? I don't think anybody's calling for them to go back to Arabia or anything like that. Like, do we get back Constantinople, modern day Istanbul? That was the eastern capital of Christendom once upon a time, up until about 1450. Here's Melissa, and she says, upsetting graffiti on the once beautiful buildings spotted at McGill University. So here's McGill. This is some video here. Just for those of you guys who are just listening, there's spray paint all over these buildings at McGill. There's Heinz Hall, Free Palestine, Free Gaza, F something, probably Zionists or something. I don't know. I can't really read that, but anyway, F something. Just graffiti everywhere, all over these beautiful buildings at McGill University. So we're not dealing with good people here. We're dealing with progressives. And here is Andy No, and he says, breaking horrific scenes of Antifa violence at UW as masked militants jumped the shows security of bloodying him and then chasing after Korean American journalists. Antifa repeatedly target people of color who don't support their violence. So this is going down in the United States, and I believe this was a Charlie Kirk event at a university down there, and he says UW, University of Washington, maybe. But anyway, this is what's going on. Antifa doing Antifa things.
Wow, look at how many Antifa.
Okay, now we got a real fight here.
Ready?
Hey, get that on film, John.
Come on.
So if you're just listening, they just attacked this guy in the blue jacket, the Asian American journalist that he was talking about, and he's running away from this horde of savages carrying umbrellas and dressed in black bloc. So pretty typical stuff. And here's this guy. It looks like he probably got hit with an umbrella.
The cops. Umbrella, right there. You see that one broken umbrella? Whole right there.
Yeah.
That whole mob. Multiple witnesses. I'm just trying to be a journalist. I mean, we're trying to cover this event, and you have outside agitators like Antifa who are 40 years old, losers with no jobs. Go back to Reddit. Pleasure to meet you, bro. Hey, I'm really sorry you're having to deal with these knuckleheads. Wow.
Yeah. So that's what's going on there. More violence and criminality coming from these so-called demonstrators that are all over the university campuses right now. The Hammassholes, who are all queer for Palestine, they're violent. And here's Andy No again. He says, breaking. Antifa put out a call for members to show up to attack Charlie Kirk speaking at an event at UW, but only a few showed up so far. One of them uses a megaphone to threaten Show, saying they know where he lives and try to read off his address. I think this might actually have gone before the chase, but anyway, here it goes.
Where are you from here?
Oh, it's Jonathan Cho. Johnny.
We know where you live, buddy.
Jonathan Cho lives.
Oh, it's not on this one. We got the wrong one. Well, it's 16.
Jonathan Cho. Johnny. Little baby boy Johnny.
Why do you guys always travel in packs, huh? Never one-on-one?
Oh, we have comrades. We have friends unlike you, Jonathan.
All soy boys. Oh gosh. These are grown adults, by the way, not even students. Not even students. They have no jobs. Instead, they're at the quad hanging out with students. Losers.
What are you doing, brother?
I'm working, bro.
You're working. Getting that grip dollar?
Man. This is what I have to deal with all the time. We should move away.
Jonathan Cho.
There you go. Looks like Turning Point USA. So yeah, Charlie Kirk's group. Typical Antifa stuff. And speaking of typical Antifa stuff, here is Vince Langman. He says, these students are breaking into Hamilton Hall at Columbia University last night. Keep in mind, there are hundreds of Trump supporters still in prison because they walked through a door opened by Capitol Police on January 6th. Good compare contrast. Here we go. And this, the Columbia one was last week, I think. This is from April 30th. Yeah, so almost a couple of weeks ago now. But this is what's been going on all over the place.
Let us come through. What do we do? We push this way. If they pull us, we.
There you go. Wearing the keffiyehs, masking their faces, smashing windows, breaking and entering. And yeah, I mean, where's the crackdown, right? Okay, here's NYPD Deputy Commissioner Operations Kaz Dowtry. The World War I memorial was desecrated by protesters. Let me be clear, this is unacceptable behavior that will not be tolerated. I want to assure you that the NYPD, backed by our finest detectives, is actively investigating this heinous crime. We will leave no stone unturned until the perpetrators are brought to justice. Vandalizing a memorial, a symbol of remembrance and honor, is not only an act of criminal mischief, but also a disrespect to the sacrifices of those who served our country. The NYPD is known for its exceptional investigative abilities, and this case will be no exception. We are committed to upholding the law and ensuring that the justice prevails. Let this serve as a warning to anyone who dares to deface our city's landmarks. There will be consequences. We urge anyone with information to come forward and assist our efforts to bring those responsible to justice. Together, we can uphold the values of our city and ensure that such acts are never repeated. Please call blah, blah, blah tips. And yeah, so here are the pictures. World War I memorial, and it's spray painted with Gaza, free Gaza, Gaza, free Palestine, free Palestine. And Gaza, Gaza on this side, free Palestine, and free Palestine scrawled on the, looks like some kind of an archway leading up to the memorial, and free Gaza tagged on the bronze statue of the horses rear end here. So you really think this is about land, guys? Like, if this was really about giving the land back to its rightful owners, who are the Gazans, who have the mandate in Gaza anyway. I mean, but if it was really about that, then why, what does the land have to do with spray painting a World War I memorial? It has nothing to do with that. This is an anti-Western movement. And Marxists view the conflict in the Middle East through a lens of oppressor and oppressed. The more prosperous society, the Western society, the only Western democracy in the Middle East, which is Israel, is seen as the oppressor, and the Gazans, or Palestinians, as they like to be called, are the oppressed. Okay, they're the proletariat. So they just root for the proletariat, no matter how sick and evil and rapey they really are. It is not the case that the underdog, the little guy, is necessarily the good guy. In fact, it's probably usually the other way around. People who lead good lives tend to be more prosperous, and that's what we see. That's a trend I think we could observe across the world. So the Marxists have it completely upside down and inverted, basically on every issue. We live in an inverted paradigm right now. Good is bad and bad is good, and men are women and women are men, and so on and so. Gender doesn't even exist, so on and so forth. Okay, and here we have our old friend Fred Hahn, whom I had the displeasure of meeting at the Josh Alexander and Billboard Chris event in Toronto, right after the 1 Million March for Children. This was when, we had the senior CUPE members standing shoulder to shoulder with Antifa. Some of the guys who got busted turned out to be union members. There was an electrical worker who was arrested for assault, and he turned out to be, like, he was masked, Black Bloc, Antifa. He turned out to be one of the union guys. And this is something that I've been pointing to ever since. It's like, we've been asking this question. Like Rand Paul, I can remember getting mobbed by Trantifa in the DC area at one time. And he went on the news and he was like, what we really need to figure out is who's funding these people. Where is their funding come from? Because they're not from the local area. They're getting bussed in, so on and so forth. Well, I think we got our answer, potentially, at that particular event when this sick, evil bastard showed up, Fred Hahn, because it appears to be the unions. Like the unions are the ones, and they're communists. They're left leaning. They've always been left leaning, and now they're full up commie. It appears to be the case that the union is being, or Trantifa is being supported by the unions. So here is senior Trantifa exalted Cyclops in. From CUPE, and Kareem Assad is saying, CUPE President Fred Hahn shakes hands and gives out hugs outside the People's Circle for Palestine encampment at U of T. He wears a keffiyeh and carries several union flags. Well, shame on him. Here is
Okay.
Very pleased to see you there, and very happy you're here.
Absolutely. Good to see you. Good to see you. Hey. Good to see you. I'm fine. How are you? Look at this. Look at this guy. Oh, This is the last time I saw him. He's going shorter.
How don't you start?
Yeah. All right.
all righty. So big surprise there. Oh. I just clicked on something by accident. All right, moving on. Here is Israel War Room. And they're tweeting out the Rafah operation was unanimously approved by the War Cabinet at a discussion held last night. This was tweeted out on May 6th, so I'm a little behind the curve on this one. I haven't done a stream in a while. But yeah, the vote was unanimous by the War Cabinet, the Israeli War Cabinet. A lot of people think it's like just Netanyahu ordering everybody around. He's on the cabinet. It only has, what, 3 members, I think? But it is decided by a vote, and they are going ahead with the Rafah operation, despite all of the pressure from the left not to put out the remaining 20% of that fire. Obviously, I think they should put out the remaining 20% of that fire and destroy Hamas utterly and completely. Hashtag never again. And of course, I believe that they will do that while taking every measure to mitigate as many civilian casualties as possible. Statistics that I've shown here previously would indicate that the rate of civilian casualties bomb for bomb is only about 1/6 the global average for the 21st century in this particular conflict. So really, I don't think that anybody does it better than the IDF when it comes to mitigating those civilian casualties. But you will always get civilian casualties whenever there's war. So that's why we say it's tragic. That's what makes it so tragic. So here is Suleiman Ahmed, and he says, Rafah was meant to be a safe zone. It was always a trap. So this is what has been coming out of the left. I'll just go ahead and show you. Okay, I'll read for those of you just listening. They told us to move to the safe zone in Rafah. They're showing a graphic here. So they told everybody to evacuate northern Gaza, and they started bombing northern Gaza. And then you see people are moving into Gaza, and they start bombing Gaza. And then people are moving into, what is this one? Deir al-Balah, and they start bombing that. And then they move into Khan Yunis, and they start bombing that. And they get all the way down to Rafah in the south here. This was supposed to be the safe zone. And now they're going into Rafah, of course. Later on, so we moved. Later on, they bombed Rafah. Well, I mean, I never expected them to not bomb Rafah. I mean, if they tell you Rafah is the safe zone, then that's where all the Hamas guys are going to go too. So, eventually they have to go after them. It can't be the case that that international terrorists can just butcher civilian populations and then run and hide behind their own civilian population. And then we're like, oh, okay, well, I mean, if you're using human shields, then I guess you can just get away with it. We're not gonna pursue you after that. So yeah, it is what it is. And these Hamas greaseballs are some of the most sick, evil bastards that have ever existed. So we can expect all kinds of dirty tricks from them to try to maximize civilian casualties so they can use those children's bodies for propaganda purposes. But at the same time, I'm sticking to my original position when this all started. This is a counter-terrorist operation and not a genocide. And it even went to the Hague, for crying out loud. And they were like, yeah, no, political rhetoric is not a genocide. So I'm confident that I'm going to be vindicated in all of this when it's finally over. It would have been over long ago if it wasn't for Joe Biden opening his big mouth all the time, because he needs to appease his radical base. I mean, everybody understands that, we need Israel in the Middle East for security purposes, for global security purposes, really. They have a moderating effect on the region, and they collect all of the best intelligence coming from all of these jihadi organizations who have their bases over there. I think everybody understands that you can't just allow any of these jihadi organizations to carry out a genocide in the Middle East, or destroy the state of Israel or any of that stuff. You can't just allow that stuff to happen. But at the same time, once we get into it and you see all these radicals getting out there with their Queers for Palestine signs and stuff, like Joe Biden is in a tough spot now because he's offended his radical base by actually doing the right thing and supporting Israel initially. But now he's having to kind of fence it and play some games to appease his base. Here's Batty Jabi, and she says, an army committing genocide doesn't publish a humanitarian evacuation plan. Stop the anti-Jewish blood libel. I tend to concur. Yeah, this is the Israeli military here. This is the IDF symbol up in the top left, and says, beginning to evacuate civilians and expand the humanitarian area. Okay, yes, of course. So it's not the case that they're just trying to corral everybody in the country into this one corner down here in the bottom left and then bomb whatever's left of them so they can complete the genocide. No, they're going to try to move the civilians out of harm's way so they can go in and clear Rafah of the remaining battalions of Hamas that are hunkered down, hiding behind women and children. So it's a very delicate operation, of course, but that's on Hamas. Blame Hamas for that. They don't want to fight fair. They don't want to fight like men. So they're the ones who necessitated the situation. And I fully expect that Israel is going to go in there and clean that up and do everything they can to move people out safely, move civilians out safely. Of course, it's such a sticky thing, though. Like we've seen Hamas running around with like the press vests on, masquerading as journalists. We've seen them, doing all kinds of, like, there was UNRWA was busted, not only providing aid and material support to Hamas, but actually participating in the massacre. They were using all kinds of UNRWA schools as bases of operations, so on and so forth. So, there's going to be more of that, I think, but ultimately, it's a counterterrorism operation, not a genocide. Here's Dr. Eli David, and he says, Biden to Israel: if you don't invade Rafah, we'll give you the location of Hamas leaders. Israel: WTF? You know their location and are withholding it. Biden: never mind, we don't really know their location, but made it up, hoping you'd stop the Rafah invasion. And he's retweeting this graphic here that says, Biden administration denies holding intel on Hamas leaders' location. So it's just typical Joe Biden kind of absurd geopolitics here. His diplomacy sucks. Okay. So he lied to them and said that he had this in intel. He's trying to get them not to go into Rafah because he's got to appease his base, his radical leftist base. And if you're queer for Palestine, then you're woke. That's what that is it's wokeness. So he's got to appease the queers for Palestine. He started out doing the right thing, and then he started taking heat from it from his base. So now he's playing all these stupid games. It looks like the Rafah invasion is going to go ahead anyway because the war cabinet voted unanimously. I think it's just a lot of posturing, really, at the end of the day. Joe Biden needs to appease his base, but he's not going to do anything to stop Bibi Netanyahu from going in there and finishing the job. I think it's got more. It's just rhetoric, right? It's more posturing than anything. And here's the Babylon Bee. They say, quote, I'm outraged at the accusations I've been taking the side of Hamas, says angry Biden wearing a new keffiyeh. And they've got a picture of Joe Biden at the podium with his keffiyeh. Well done, Babylon Bee. It could be true. That's what makes it such a good meme. It's like, this could be real. I could totally see Joe Biden wearing a keffiyeh. He wouldn't be the only politician out there doing it right now. Here's Bridget Gabriel. She is something like a hero of mine, I guess. She's a refugee from the Lebanese civil war and has been very outspoken about the problem of global jihad, and a very courageous individual. One of her books, I guess if I were to give a recommendation, one that I read, it was called Because They Hate. That's what she really addresses is, she had the experience of going from Lebanon to Israel, where in Lebanon, she tried to get some help and take an ambulance, and she had to pay the ambulance driver to take her uncle, I think it was, and she rode with him in the ambulance until they got over the border into Israel, and then they got picked up by the Israelis, and she tried to pay them, and they were like, no, you don't have to pay us. And then they saved her uncle's life, just like they saved one of the leader of Hamas's lives from brain cancer. So it's not hard to tell who the good guys are, and Bridget Gabriel does a wonderful job of doing of really driving that point home in her book, because they hate. And she's not talking about the Israelis, by the way, the people who hate. Okay, but here is Bridget, and here we go.
This is actually prolonging the war and costing more lives. Israel needed bunker busters. You have to understand, in Rafah, there are 8,000 Hamas operatives left. That's it. Israel needs to win the war, and the only way Israel's going to win the war is to kill those 8,000 people and get them out. Plus, you have to remember, there are 132 hostages left in Rafah. Those are the hostages, and 8 of them are Americans. How many Americans know this? 45 Americans died in the operation on October 7th against Israel. 45 Americans died. There are still 8 American hostages. We have a vested interest in saving the hostages, and we have a vested interest in saving lives as well. And withholding ammunitions to Israel basically is going to cost more lives, because some of these weapons are precision-guided missiles who are bunker busters. And this is exactly what Israel needs to basically contain casualties and be able to eliminate the enemy as fast as possible. Biden is going to cost more lives with his decision.
Well done, Bridget Gabriel. And she is just a force to be reckoned with, as you can see. She's a very strong Lebanese woman. And let's see, Wild Skew over on Rumble says, most children killed in a conflict since when? The average used to be something like 2 a month. ISIS hid in villages and we wouldn't carpet bomb them. So they're not carpet bombing. That's a load of crap. And most children is also a load of crap, because what they'll do is they'll talk about total numbers and try to make it seem like the rate is much higher in this one, but the rate is not higher when you count it bomb for bomb, which is the measurement of accuracy after all. If you're not dropping as many bombs in the run of a day, then fewer casualties will be incurred. That's normal. But the proper metric is bomb for bomb, the civilian casualties. And in that case, as I've shown here previously, it's the lowest rate. It's only 1/6 of the global average for the 21st century. And he's also saying, I'm sure Hamas was sitting beside the Canadian vet in that aid truck. What other explanation could there be? The other explanation is that there were Hamas fighters in the truck that was in front of that Canadian vet. And here is the article that I've shown from a previous episode from the Jerusalem Post. IDF dismisses 2 senior officers, censures 3 others in a mistaken attack on aid workers. After the unfortunate sequence of events resulting in the IDF's fatal error, the IDF issued a statement about the incident. And I'm just, because I've already shown this here. Okay, so the drone unit said it's a Hamas terrorist climb into one of the trucks and fire in the air at what are called an action point 2. So this is very complex. Basically, what they did is, they were tracking that Hamas were signaling to other fighters by firing in the air from the roof of this van, and then this convoy went into a warehouse where they couldn't see what they were doing, and they came out and they weren't sure if they were the same trucks. IDF unable to reach aid workers. So anyway, the bottom line is here. If you want to go check out this article, I'm not going to go through the whole thing again, but there was a Hamas fighter in the lead truck in that convoy, and it was a very confusing situation. So that's exactly the kind of thing that happens. And you're probably just listening to a bunch of progressive propaganda. I'm sorry to be the bearer of bad news. So here is Marina Medven, and she says, why did Israel need to go into Rafah? Because these young men who were taken hostage after the Palestinians blew their limbs off are being held there. I'd like to see a video of the IDF doing anything like this. That I would like to, but I bet you can't find one. This guy's got his hand blown off.
شيل معاه ايوه اكرمنا يا زلمه حمل هات معاه شيل بمروان روحك معاه بمروان هات شيل جوا.
if you're just listening, they're just loading these young men up into the back of one of their Toyotas here, and they're pointing the rifles at them, and you can see that at least one of them has been brutally mutilated, and these guys apparently are still hostages. And as Bridget Gabriel was pointing out, like, they have 8 American hostages. They killed Americans. They raped women, cut their breasts off, burned babies. It's straight up barbarism. And I'm pretty sure somebody's going to get triggered and say, oh yeah, 40 babies beheaded and all this stuff. No, that was a reporter. That was a reporter from Israel who said that. She didn't provide any original source data, have any witnesses or anything like that. I never showed that clip on this program because I looked at it and I was like, okay, this is probably some dramatic reporter, and I'm going to hold off on that. And it wasn't 40, it was more like 10, something like that. But still, we're talking about straight up barbarians. There's really only one way to deal with a savage, I'm afraid. That's just a sad state of affairs in the world today. Okay, and here is Sarah, and she's saying, breaking, Israel is opening fire on UN vehicles in Rafah, deliberately targeting humanitarian workers. Quote, most moral army in the universe, close quote. So, all right, I'll just go ahead and show this. Sure. And the video says, an Israeli army opened fire on UNRWA vehicles in Rafah, wounding one of its workers. Oh, innocent UNRWA, the UN Relief Works Association. I don't know. But anyway, it's there to support Gaza, essentially. And they were participants in the October 7th massacre. These innocent UNRWA employees in this vehicle that has UN painted on the side. And look at that. Isn't that terrible? Sarah saying Israel opened fire on UN vehicles deliberately. Most moral army in the universe. Oh yeah, those rotten IDF guys. Okay, so here we have a video that should give you an idea of what's really going on over there. Lieutenant Colonel retired Peter Lerner is tweeting out, gunmen, likely Hamas terrorists, hanging out at an UNRWA warehouse in eastern Rafah a few days ago and identified by an IDF drone. The UN needs to answer some serious questions. Imagine what would have happened if we were to target them. The hypocrisy is astounding. Yeah. So, we've known about this, and Canada knew about this, and we said, we're not going to send any more funding to UNRWA. And then a couple of weeks later, we said, I think we're going to go ahead and send that funding after all. Did we even miss a payment? Because that is going to Hamas. That's what that funding to UNRWA does, is it funds Hamas. So we're funding Hamas, and they're using that funding to fund these NGOs that sponsor all of these demonstrations and riots that we've seen everywhere, all of the pro-Hamas, anti-Israel riots that we've seen all over the West. So we're funding, our own destruction when we send money to UNRWA. And okay, here's the drone video. Captioned out here says, terrorists next to UN vehicles at the UNRWA logistics compound in eastern Rafah. They've got them circled up here. Here are the terrorists. This guy looks like he's got a rifle. I think that guy's got a rifle there too. This guy's carrying a rifle. Another guy. There he puts his rifle in the UN truck. The building, the top of the building's got a UN sign on it. And what's that for? That's to let the drone pilots and the pilots know, don't drop a bomb on us because we got this UN sign on here, right? Well, where do the terrorists go? They go into the UN building. That's what's happening. Terrorists shooting at civilians in the UNRWA logistics compound in eastern Rafah. So here we go. Look, this guy's coming right out of the frickin' UN compound with his rifle, screaming and blasting away. Yeah. And just go back again here. This is the kind of crap that people will put out there. Okay. You got bullet holes in a vehicle that has a UN decal on the vehicle, and they go, oh, those awful genocidal Israelis. No, it's the other way around. It's the awful genocidal Hammassholes that are using human shields, as they've been doing for decades. Those of us who've been tracking this issue for a while always understood that. And everybody who's new to the scene has a Marxist view of the situation. And since Israel is more prosperous, Western, and better armed. They're the bad guys, and everybody just gets triggered whenever I point out that Hamas are really the genocidal native acts in this situation, and they will do anything. They'll murder children. They'll use them as human shields. They'll, drive around in these UN vehicles and take all kinds of fire. And when they attack people and they get fired upon and they're in their UN vehicles, then they put these videos out there, like this one. Look at all the bullet holes in this UN vehicle. Israel is a terror state. Yeah, no, it's not. It's just that these guys are doing everything they can to draw fire on civilian targets so they can use those videos and pictures for propaganda purposes. So here's Vivid, and they say hundreds of Israelis lay on the floor today as Hamas launched rockets towards Israel from Rafah. I am a father soon, and this is not a reality I will ever accept for my children. We must end Hamas and move on to end Hezbollah as well. I mean, I second that. Yeah.
לשכב על הרצפה, אף אחד לא קם. לשכב על הרצפה, אף אחד לא קם. לא לרוץ, אף אחד לא רץ, לשכב על הרצפה. לא לקום, חכו כמה דקות, תמשיכו לשכב על הרצפה.
I was engaging with somebody on X there recently, and they were one of the tropes that always gets thrown at me anyway is like, where was the IDF in CAF? Somebody said it's in Kandahar airfield where I was deployed for Afghanistan, and not the whole war, for the 7 months that I was there, but and my response was like, Israel is CAF. It's basically CAF. Like, these people get daily rocket attacks. Everybody in Israel is a veteran, and they're under this constant threat. They're surrounded by enemies, and they're getting these rocket attacks all the time. Like, they basically, this is the reality for them. They live in a war zone, and they're a constant target. They basically are CAF, and they weren't in CAF with me because it's the Israeli Defense Force. Like, they don't actually deploy. If they ever deployed, Israel would get destroyed. So they stay in Israel, and they got enough work to do as it is. They don't have to deploy to find the jihadis. They're surrounded by them. And here is Never Again Live podcast, and they say Gaza residents chanting they prefer death than allow the IDF to go after Hamas and Rafah. In other words, they prefer to be human shields. Yes, that is another thing that you will see. That's a phenomenon that we see within the Gazan population, is the rates of support for Hamas run in the high 80s right now, I think, or mid 80s, somewhere around there amongst the general population. And martyrdom is a core value in radical Islam, or in Islam, because Islam is radical, so it is an extremist ideology. But then there are moderates. That's not to say that they're basically nominal Muslims, though. People who true believers in the faith. I mean, this is what you see. I shouldn't say it like that. Really, we need to empower moderates and reformers in the Islamic world. Otherwise, we're doomed. Anyway, but yeah, martyrdom is a core value, and martyrs always get to go to paradise, pick all their favorite people to go with them. And so if these civilians get killed by the IDF by acting as human shields, then they go to paradise. And that kind of thinking is very problematic for the world. So
رغم القصف، رغم الدمار، رغم الطائرات، نشاهد مخيم الشاطئ يخرج عن بطن الحديث. هذا هو الصمود.
Okay, and this is something that we saw early on. I showed a lot of footage of the October 7th massacre, my first live stream after it happened. I think that was the one that was like, it was over 4 hours or something. I did probably a good 10 or 12 hours just on the October 7th stuff and trying to explain the situation after in the wake of October 7th. And we saw, civilians charging through the fence with Hamas fighters, and there were even children there who were shouting Allahu Akbar as dead Jewish children were being dragged across the ground. I've shown that footage here myself, and that's what I'm talking about when I say barbarism. You won't see that kind of thing coming out of the IDF. They're not raping women and cutting their breasts off. They're not dragging dead children across the ground while Jewish children spit on them and shout Yahweh is the greatest, or whatever the equivalent would be in Judaism. Here is Manish Pangortra, and they say British Islamic scholar Anjum Chowdhury calls for the abolition of secular democracy and the implementation of Islamic Sharia law in the United Kingdom. And she's got a quote there. I'm just going to let Chowdhury speak for himself. This is a guy I've been following for a number of years too, just this odious dirtbag over there in the United Kingdom. He's like an Islamist. So not, I try to make the distinction, like an Islamist is somebody who engages in like political Islam that doesn't necessarily lead a violent life. And then there's the jihadists, which are like a subcategory of Islamists who will use extremist tactics, use violence and terrorism in order to achieve their political aims. So this guy just kind of supports the terrorism, but he doesn't engage in it himself. Here's Anjum Chowdhury talking about his plans for the United Kingdom.
Britain is Darul Haram because they are, anathema to...
Britain is Darul Haram, the house of haram. Haram is forbidden in blasphemous in so they divide the world into two houses, the House of Islam and the House of Haram. So Dara is the House of Haram, and he's saying that the UK is in the House of Haram, the blasphemy, and it needs to be brought into the House of Islam. That's the case that he's making.
To God's law. They're not implementing it, they're violating his sanctity, and therefore this is war against Allah and his messenger. We are obliged as Muslims to take the authority away from the people who have it and implement the Sharia. Now I hope that can come in a very peaceful way. I hope that we can do that in a way, where there's no bloodshed. The Messenger Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam said that if the Muslims have authority and they have the ability to remove oppression, they must remove the oppression. So we believe man-made law is oppression, because they are implementing non-Islamic law, violating their own sanctity. So, if we are in a position of power and authority, we are obliged to take that authority, with the minimum force and to implement the Sharia, certainly. So, this will be the case one day in Britain.
And when you talk about jihad, you're not talking about spiritual striving. You're talking about military jihad.
No, I think there are two types of jihad in which people are engaging in today. One is the jihad of the word, and the other is jihad of the sword. So in Britain, we are engaged in the jihad of the word. And, it's as important to remove the ideological foundation and, if you like, the pillars of Western civilization, like democracy and freedom and secularism, and to expose them and to bring back people to worshipping the one true Lord, which is Allah, as much as it is important to remove the physical obstacles, which is the non-Islamic regimes, the occupying forces, the Republican Guard, which support those leaders in our own countries.
What do you think the timetable is for implementing Sharia in Great Britain? Do you feel like you're getting close?
I would point towards, Tunisia and Egypt and these countries to show you how quickly things can change. It could be in a year or 5 years where people could be, rejecting the kind of liberal democracy. They're unhappy because, the basic needs are not being met. They're looking for alternatives. And, revolutions happen very quickly. So, I don't know how quickly the Sharia will come, perhaps in 5 years, perhaps in 10 years. Demographically speaking, even within the next 15 or 20 years, Islam could be, the major religion of countries like Britain and Belgium and France and these other European nations, because of the rate at which people are reverting to Islam, the number of...
And what he's talking about is hijra, as in migration, but I understand it to be more like conquest through migration. It's a reference to the pilgrimage that Muhammad did when he immigrated from Medina to Mecca, or is it the other way around? Anyway, no, I think he was born in Mecca. He immigrated to Medina. He was exiled from Mecca. He couldn't really get his religious following going there, and he was exiled. And then he went to Medina, and then he got a whole lot more followers and then came back and conquered Mecca. And so it was the gaining of all of those followers that is key there, and he did that by migrating, and that's what the hijra. That's why hijra is valued in Islam, is because they bring enough people in, and eventually they'll just outnumber us, and they can just vote us into tyranny. And here is Marian Medvin, and she says, a man wearing an Islamic dress just won an election in the UK and celebrated by screaming Allahu Akbar. And voting to, quote, raise the voice of Al-Aqsa, the mosque built on top of the Jewish temple in Jerusalem. Yeah. So again, this the rhetoric is one of conquest.
We will not be silent. We will raise the voice of Gaza. We will raise the voice of Palestine. Allahu Akbar. Allahu Akbar. We will not be silent.
Oh, there you go. And here is Clayton Demain, and he says, independent MPP Sarah Jama shouted, quote, globalize the intifada at a protest encampment at McMaster University. Jewish rights organizations such as B'nai B'rith Canada and Asija Info have warned the phrase is an incitement of violence against Jewish people worldwide. So this is Ontario MPP Sarah Jama, and yeah, she was, well, I'll just go ahead and show it here. She was recently asked to leave Queen's Park because she was wearing her keffiyeh in Queen's Park there. And here is Paul Chump, and he's tweeting this. He's retweeting Kristen Rushawi, and Kristen is saying that MPP. Oh, this is all screwed up on me. Oh, hang on. Go back. She's saying MPP Sarah Jama is being asked to leave the legislature for wearing a keffiyeh, and you're not supposed to have political symbols inside the inside the Queen's Park there, the legislature. So those are standing orders, and she's already been warned a few times, and here she is being asked to leave. Paul Chump is retweeting this, and he says, this photo will be one that defines these times in Canadian history, like the face-to-face confrontation between a Canadian soldier and a Mohawk warrior at Kanasataki. Okay, Paul. Settle down there, buddy. Here is Kevin. Thank you, Kevin, for this tweet. She's a Toronto-born Somalian activist from the Master U who wrote articles for the Young Communist League of Canada, not some champion of the keffiyeh. Chill a bit there, champ. Pre and post October 7th. So here she is, more like the first picture I showed, pre-October 7th, and she's dressed like a Western woman. She's wearing a suit and pants. You know, the hair is down. There's nothing being worn on her head whatsoever, head or face, nothing like that. She's just dressed like born and raised Canadian Western woman. And then here she is post October 7th, and she's got the hijab on, and she's got the keffiyeh. Oh, look at me, I'm so Muslim. Yeah, okay, whatever. It's more like current thing. And there's a lot of that going around. Holy smokes, there's a lot of wokesters out there. Okay, so there is John Lefebvre, and he says, take away critical thinking and accountability, add mental illness, SSRIs, a little social contagion, and some Soros funding, and this is what you get. This is America now. I wouldn't say the SSRIs are a factor. I think Paul Joseph Watson advanced that idea back in the day where he was showing that all the mass school shooters were on SSRIs, which is an antidepressant. It's probably the depression that led them to be mass shooters, not the SSRIs. Anyway, that seems to have stuck. It's the internet, so take it with a grain of salt. But here is the scene.
Allahu Akbar. La ilaha illallah.
COVID masks.
Allah.
استعين اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين. الله لا إله إلا هو الحي القيوم لا تأخذه سنة ولا نوم.
Okay. And these kids are just yearning for indoctrination all over the place. Amazing Faces is saying on Rumble, it's called paradoxical effects, Jeff. It's real. I'm not sure what you mean by paradoxical effects. I'll have to look into that, but it is not real. I can tell you that. This is all very contrived. Anyway, here is Canada Proud, and they're saying, do you think this was the right move? So here is Calgary Police clear encampment at the University of Calgary on day one. So the encampments has been a bit of a big deal. It's a real problem for the university. They're all camping out. Look at these idiots with their COVID masks and their keffiyehs. Queer for Palestine is woke, okay? If you're queer for Palestine, I'm afraid you're just a little bit woke. Everybody's like, we've all been through this indoctrination. There's a certain level of residual wokeness even amongst some of the most based, self-proclaimed people out there. But I'm sorry, man. I mean, I've been hearing everybody out since day one on this whole Israel as a terrorist state thing, and I'm just like, no, you're just spewing propaganda. It's even gotten to the point where I've seen people I respect even that are out there sharing these like Al Jazeera videos. It's just like, you're a bad person if you don't believe this. And I'm like, it's propaganda. It's freaking Qatari. It's the Qatari government's propaganda. And they're the ones harboring the leaders of Hamas, for crying out loud. But anyway, the encampments, I think the universities are supportive of students' right to protest generally, not so much in recent years, but the encampments are probably a bridge too far. And at the end of the day, it is private property when you're on the university. It's not public property, like Parliament Hill was for the convoy. Anyway, they're saying, do you think this was the right move? And I'm just like, I got no sympathy for these people. I support their right to protest, of course, but I think they're crossing the line left, right, and center. So, I mean, they're smashing up property and they're loitering and all this crap. So screw them. But here is what it looked like at the University of Calgary. Oh, they're just in shock. That shoe don't foot so good on the other foot, does it, lefties?
Whoa, we just had an explosion. We just had an explosion here. They just tear gas people. They're coming. I gotta run. I'm gonna get arrested. Okay, they're shooting. Oh God. Oh my God. They're shooting paintballs at people.
Probably rubber bullets.
You brother here.
All right. And Colleen is saying, I'd say they only have the right to protest if they are Canadian, and we know they're not. That's not a bad argument to advance. I'll have to think on that one a little bit there, because Canadians have the right to protest. But if you're not a Canadian citizen, do you have that right? Off the top of my head, I couldn't say for sure, but I think I would like to investigate that a little bit more. Because, we can't just have these frickin' jihadis, flooding into Canada and then astroturfing our national media like this. Like this is some kind of natural grassroots movement. It's anything but. It's foreign funded. And a lot of the people who are engaged in this activity are, in fact, foreigners. So they, it's really something to see. I mean, it's like, we have people from other countries protesting what's happening in other countries in Canada. They're protesting the Canadian government and demanding that they do something about what's happening. They stop what's happening in other countries. And it's like, we're the government of Canada. This is Canada. You're talking about something that's happening in the Middle East. These are the governments in the Middle East. they're the ones who have the power to do something over there. We don't have the power to do anything about this. So anyway, I think it's all for the sake of shocking the population and propaganda purposes, of course. Okay, and here's the National Post and National Compost, and they say they came to Canada on student visas and now face charges in BC, a Sikh leader's death. Kamal Preet Singh, 22, and Karan Bara, 22, came to Canada as students from the Indian state of Punjab, their hometowns separated by roughly 100 kilometers. So this was with respect to the assassination of Hardeep Singh Nijjar. That was the one that Justin Trudeau mentioned on the floor of the House of Commons quite inappropriately. It turns out, like, I was skeptical. I was like, because Justin Trudeau is saying it, there's a good chance that it's not true. But as it's turning out, it is indeed true. I'll go ahead and read the article here and provide some comments on it anyway. Okay, so 2 of the 3 men charged in the killing of BC leader Hardeep Singh Nijjar arrived in Canada on student visas, according to the Times of India newspaper. Kamal Preet Singh, 22, and Karan Brar, 22, came to Canada as students from the Indian state of Punjab, their hometown separated by roughly 100 kilometers. Both men received their visas in 2019 and were, according to the Times of India, from, quote, well-off families, close quote, with agricultural backgrounds. You know, the well-off families thing is actually, I think, very much congruent with my understanding of terrorist activities, because terrorism is, at the end of the day, a political activity, and political activities are, at the end of the day, a preoccupation of the middle class. But most people, because they have a Marxist worldview, think that if we just provided these people with enough education and economic opportunity, then they'd be just like us. But that's not the case. 16 of the 19 hijackers of 9/11 had university degrees, after all. I mean, Osama bin Laden was a civil engineer. His successor, Ayman al-Zawahiri, was an eye surgeon. Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi had a PhD in Islamic studies. Like, they're most often very well-to-do, well-educated. It is not the case that they're engaged in some of this brutal violence out of desperation. It's just that they love death more than we love life. They tell us as much, and the soft bigotry of low expectations on the left will just kind of lead people to say, oh, don't listen to those people. Don't listen to them when they're telling you what they really think. They don't know any better, this kind of thing. But it's like, no, they know what they're saying. I'm pretty sure they do. Okay, back to the article. Okay, quote, for us, everything was normal until we received this shock, close quote. Satnam Singh, Kalan Preet's father, said. His son and Karan Preet Singh, the third person charged in the assassination, lived together, but he had not heard of Brar. Satnam said. Karan Preet, 28, is also from Punjab and worked as a driver in Canada. On Tuesday, the subjects wore orange jumpsuits and briefly responded to questions from BC Judge Delaram Jahani in separate appearances at Surrey Provincial Court. All 3 men who were arrested in Edmonton on Friday face charges of first-degree murder and conspiracy to commit murder in last June's killing of Sikh separatist Nijjar, whose murder sent Canada's relations with India into disarray. 2 of the accused were the gunmen, while the third drove the getaway vehicle, according to police. A student named Karen Brar was enrolled in the 8-month hospital unit clerk program at Calgary's Bow University College in April 2020, a spokesperson for the college told Global News. He reportedly moved to Edmonton soon after. It has not been confirmed that he is the same Karen Brar who was charged in the Nijjar killing. It was not clear why Brar remained in Canada for years after his studies had ended. In 2019, he appeared in a promotional video for Ethic Works Immigration Services, a consultancy with operations in India and Canada. Speaking in Hindi and Punjabi, Brar endorses the company and says he received his visa within days with their help. In a statement, the college said it, quote, does not have a record of ever having an affiliation with a company named Ethic Works Immigration Services, close quote. Quote, international admissions are premised on meeting immigration, refugee, and citizenship Canada requirements, program prerequisites, and academic requirements, close quote, the statement said. Quote, we have a record of ethical recruitment of international students, including working with agents who are vetted through rigorous and annual review processes, close quote. Nijjar, who is the president of the Guru Nanak Sikh Gurdwara, was shot dead in his pickup truck while leaving the Shuri Temple's parking lot last June. He was a key organizer of unofficial referendums for the independent Sikh state in India that was regarded by India's government as terrorist. In September, Prime Minister Justin Trudeau said there was credible intelligence potentially linking the Indian government to Nijar's killing. India has called the accusation, quote unquote, absurd and politically motivated. Protesters from Nijar's temple rallied outside the Surrey courthouse on Tuesday and filled the courtroom where the three accused appeared via video. Okay, so yeah, it was dumb for Trudeau to ever say anything about this. It is going to sour relations, of course. Should have just allowed the security apparatus to do its job and hunt these guys down, bring them to justice. And I would expect that the Indian government, I mean, they probably did set it all up, and they were probably going after a real terrorist. Because I mean, like the Sikh separatists, the Khalistanis are the ones who carried out the Air India bombing, which is the largest terrorist attack in Canadian history. So they do have these tendencies to be rather prone to violence, and there have been assassinations elsewhere in the United States as well. So I think the Indian government is going after terrorists in other countries, not strictly legal. It's one of those things, though, where it's like, I'm probably not going to shed a tear over this one. And it would have been better if Justin Trudeau just had kept his big mouth shut. This would just be kind of routine criminal actions and not an international diplomatic folly yet again. So anyway, I know it's happening on our soil, but I mean, we brought them here, for crying out loud. At the end of the day, yeah, it's probably very illegal what the Indian government is up to, but at the same time, they probably are going after terrorists. So I'm not going to really worry too much about it, to be honest. I'm not all that incensed about it. Okay, so here is the amazing Zoltan. He says, just hours before the RCMP's sudden announcement of arrests in relation to Nijar, a representative for India's External Affairs Department had fresh new criticisms for Canada's Wacko Prime Minister and was summoning a Canadian diplomat related to pro-Palestinian protests in Canada. And here are his comments.
In our view, Prime Minister Trudeau's remarks, he has made those remarks earlier as well, so it's nothing new. His remarks to us, it illustrates once again the kind of political space that has been given in the country, in Canada, to separatism, to extremism and violent people who practice violence. This not only impacts India-Canada relations, but also encourages a climate of violence and criminality in Canada to the detriment of its citizens. So we also, you would have seen our press release that we issued that would convey how seriously we've conveyed our concerns to them.
Yeah, okay. So again, they probably did do it, but at the same time, they probably are terrorists. So it's not legal. It is illegal, strictly speaking, but on the other hand, like, they are terrorists. This kind of stuff goes on all the time. And, it would have been better for Justin Trudeau to keep his big mouth shut and everybody to continue going on thinking that this was more like a criminal act than an international geopolitical foible. Okay. And here is Harrison Faulkner. And he says, insane. The international students in PEI are now getting support from, quote, Revolutionary Communist Party of PEI, close quote, in their fight against Canada to get work permits and permanent residency. This is who we are dealing with here. Now, PEI, I have been reporting on for quite a while. I don't hear anybody else really talking about PEI, but they're absolutely lousy with Chinese Communist Party affiliates. They go to, Beijing to get their awards and all this stuff. They're on all the boards of directors over there, the different community groups, they have these organizations that are set up to facilitate immigration from China, all kinds of stuff. And wasn't there was that sword attack on the beach in PEI a while back? We still don't have a description of that guy with the sword. Something tells me he's probably not a white guy. But anyway, here is what's going on in PEI right now. PEI, I don't know if they're coming, like, they're owned by the Chinese at this point. It's kind of a regular thing that I try to make a staple on this podcast here, because Nobody else is talking about it. And it's very vulnerable. It's like a population of 160,000 people, a tiny little landmass like that, to make a nice beachhead for the Chinese Communist Party to invade North America. I mean, it's not going to be a full-scale invasion. I think we all understand that. They're a hell of a lot more sneaky than that. It's going to be more clandestine than that. But yeah, PEI is definitely a vulnerability that needs to be shored up, because they're using it to bring all kinds of people in through like some of their student programs, and then they do like maybe a year and take off to Toronto, or they say they're students to get into Canada, and then they're just kind of lost in the interior. But anyway, here we go.
Hi, I'm Eden. I'm part of the Revolutionary Communist Party here in PEI, and I'm here with Rupinder. So, what's been going on? Why are you guys protesting?
We are protesting because last year, July 2023, PEI government changed the rule overnight and we were not even notified. This is the reason we are protesting here, because rules were made all of a sudden and they didn't give us enough time to make our decisions, and we were stuck at the same jobs.
So what are your demands from the province?
We have 3 demands from the province. First demand is, we were here long before the rules were implemented. We want us to be grandfathered, as these shouldn't be implemented on us. Our second demand is fair PNP draws, and we want them to add all the eliminated sectors that they did. We want fair PNP draws, no point system at all. Now we have point system for 65. 65 is the minimum points that we need to have in order to apply for PNP. But no one can make that points. People are here who don't even make 40 points. It's not like they don't deserve. They deserve everything. They work hard and they earn it. They have eliminated food sector. They have eliminated sales and services. We were frontliners when the COVID hit, and they were giving PRs for free. And that time, now we are working hard. They are not counting us in, and they eliminated all of us out. They only count construction and healthcare in it. They are taking construction. Using construction is totally a gender inequality, because they are not giving proper information, and not all people can do construction work. For healthcare services, it's very less opportunities, as well as if we look for PEI. Few hospitals, just one hospital and few clinics.
So, sorry.
And we have a third demand as well, that is post-graduation work permit extensions, because they have wasted our 2 years in here for fall soaps. They were giving us fall soaps, and they were exploiting us in the meantime, giving us wrong information when we used to go to PNP offices. And we were asking, is it best if we stay in PEI? And they were giving us wrong hopes, false hopes, that if we were in your shoe, we would definitely stay, because we are thinking for you for better rules. This was totally a bullshit that they offered us in the meantime.
So what can the people and workers do in PEI
That was pretty based.
to help?
So what we are doing is, we are doing a blackout Monday. We are doing a protest on 13th of May 2024. We want everyone in the community and PEI Islanders, we want your support, because we are fighting for what's fair. We don't demand nothing for free. We demand fair.
So if you're in PEI, please come out at Finance PEI tomorrow at 8 a.m. We need the workers of PEI to come support this.
And we need your support, and the address is 94 Houston Street. Thank you. This is
All right. The one thing that I will say about this is, a lot of these people, I mean, they're the victims in this. We brought them here, and they're young people. Like, these are freaking students. And I think a lot of them are getting taken advantage of by some of these glorified travel agents that are facilitating their travel here. And we're promising them they're coming to the land of milk and honey, and we got 10 cities all over the place. So it really is the political leadership that I blame first and foremost for this whole situation across the board, of course. So I do think that some of these people are probably genuinely interested in working and being productive, contributing members of society, but they're getting a raw deal as well. Not to say that we don't have Khalistani terrorists coming in from India as well. We do. Obviously there's the jihadi question. But these guys are just kind of like going, hey, we're getting screwed. So I think that there's probably a lot of truth in that. And here is the Washington Times. Department of Homeland Security is monitoring 617,000 illegal immigrants with criminal records. Some 264 illegal immigrants sit in jail in Tarrant County, Texas, and among them they face 8 counts of murder. Sheriff Bill will tell the House Oversight Committee on Tuesday. The illegal immigrants also face 38 counts of assault with a deadly weapon, 5 counts of sexual assault, 2 counts of possession of child pornography, 1 count of intoxicated homicide, and more than 200 other assorted counts. Quote, these offenders, many of which are gang members and outlaws, have left nothing untouched, close quote, the sheriff will say, according to the prepared remarks obtained by the Washington Times. Quote, while I do not necessarily think these aliens have a higher crime rate, just the fact these people are illegal in our country and committed crimes is the impact. Well, I think he's hedging there. I think that the people who are coming probably do have higher rates of crimes. If we don't have this data, of course, but we're attracting criminal elements with the policy of the Biden regime. Sheriff Wayburn will testify to the National Security, Border, and Foreign Affairs Subcommittee chaired by Republican Glenn Grothman, Wisconsin Republican. The hearing is tilted, quote, how the border crisis impacts public safety, close quote. Mr. Grothman, in remarks kicked off by the hearing, said, will say the illegal immigrants flooding into the country have swollen the docket at the U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement, which is now monitoring more than 6 million illegal immigrants. Some 617,000 of these earlier have criminal convictions or pending criminal charges, Mr. Grothman says. Quote, the fact that illegal aliens should not be in the country in the first place and able to commit these crimes, close quote, he said in prepared remarks. The solutions aren't hard. Secure the border, stop releasing illegal aliens into the country in droves. And when an illegal alien commits a crime in the community, then turn them over to ICE, enforce the law, and remove them from the United States, close quote. Yeah, it's a state of lawlessness. The rule of law is dead. That's the real problem here. The witnesses are poised to take a particular look at fentanyl and other illegal drugs pouring across the border. Okay. So, yeah, overwhelm the system. That is the name of the game here. And I saw another article. I saw something there about, I don't think I have this lined up right now, but they're talking about crime rates and stuff like this of people coming in. And I did see one article. They were talking about a guy who was arrested in Florida for raping an underage girl. And he came up from Guatemala. And I believe he was here illegally, right off the top of my head. I'm scrolling to see if I can find the article real quick, but I'm not going to waste too much time on that. But anyway, the comment that I had was, we're talking about higher rates of crime and stuff like this. One factor that I think everybody overlooks that I try to highlight here as often as I can is the factor of IQ. So here is Chuck Calisteto. Here's the article that he was talking about. It says, breaking report. Illegal immigrant kidnaps an 11-year-old girl in Florida and rapes her as her mother screams for help outside. The Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office has named Marvin Diano Perez Lopez as the suspect in an attack on a young girl, alleging he coerced her into his white van where the reported assault occurred. Here's the thing. Guatemala has an average IQ of about 47, 48, somewhere thereabouts. Forrest Gump's IQ was 75. And the average IQ of the prison population is about 85. And that's in the United States. That's according to the U.S. Bureau of Justice Statistics. And so the sweet spot for criminality seems to be right around 85. The average IQ of the sub-Saharan African continent outside of South Africa is 70. No wonder they can't get their shit together. They can't even form proper militaries. It's just intersectarian violence, left, right, and center. There are gangs roving all over the place. Tribes that have been going to war since time immemorial. And it may just be the case that they don't actually have the capacity to form proper modern states. We try to help them with stuff like that, and then we get called colonizers. So what do we do now? I mean, I would think that we would probably, it seems to me like the best thing to do for right now in our lifetimes would be to employ these people, put them to work so they're productive, and keeps them out of trouble, show them the way to prosperity, this kind of thing. They might not ever get to the point. I mean, maybe generations down the road, we might see some improvement there, which actually we do see improvement. But there's a disparity of IQ between American blacks and between African blacks. There's about a 15-point IQ disparity. So it does seem to be the case that, we can see these kinds of improvements over time. So anyway, when you're bringing in people with IQs below 50, you can expect, like, what the hell are they going to do? You can't even join the military unless you have an IQ of 85. So it's like, what the hell can they even do? Well, a lot of the times it's just resort to criminal activity, unfortunately. So, and this, I think, is something that is understood by the people who are driving this mass immigration destabilization agenda for the West. They understand if they just flood us with all of these low IQ people, that it'll just bog down the system and crime's going to skyrocket, and it'll have a destabilizing effect on the country. Okay, so yeah, that was the Washington Times. DHS is monitoring 617,000 illegal immigrants with criminal records. And here is Not the Bee, and they say investigative report exposes NGOs that have made billions on the border crisis since Biden took office. And here is the article here. This again is Not the Bee. It says, ladies and gentlemen, there is some serious money to be made in Biden's human trafficking pipeline. I came across this paragraph of a story from the Free Press while doom scrolling, and I felt a little more doom creep up on me. And he's tweeting Rachel Bovard. It says, guys, not-for-profits are making billions off the border crisis from the FP is wild. This is being done with your tax dollars. It says the Free Press examined 3 of the most prominent NGOs benefit Global Refuge, Southwest Key Programs, and these organizations seen their combined revenue grow millions in 2019 to an astonishing $2 billion by 2022. The last federal disclosure documents are available, and the CEO nonprofit reaped more than $500,000 each in annual. It's a little bit cut off there. I can't read it all. Sorry, yeah, here we go. $2 billion. And the CEOs of all 3 nonprofits reap more than $500,000 each in annual compensation, with one of them, the chief executive of Southwest Key, making more than $1 million. Some of the services NGOs provide are eyebrow-raising. For example, Endeavors uses taxpayer funds to offer migrant children, quote, pet therapy, close quote, horticultural therapy, close quote, and music therapy. In 2021 alone, Endeavors paid Christy Morell, a music therapist, $533,000. An internal, a music therapist. That's, oh my God. An international endeavors PowerPoint obtained by America First Legal, an outfit founder by former Trump aide Stephen Miller, showed that the nonprofit conducted 1,656, quote, people-plant interactions, close quote, and 287 pet therapy sessions between April 2021 and March 2023. Could you at least come up with something a little better than the frickin' music therapy and pet therapy? When you're fleecing us, like, it's an insult to our intelligence. Okay, despite these astronomical sums, the Unaccompanied Children Program is fraught with problems and suffers from a general lack of oversight. Because so many unaccompanied youths are crossing the border, sources who worked at a temporary emergency intake site in 2021 said the ORR pressured case managers to move children out within 2 weeks in order to prepare for the next wave of unoccupied children. In 2022, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis impaneled a grand jury to conduct investigation, which showed how the ORR continually loosens its safety protocols so children could be connected to sponsors more quickly with less due diligence. The same report revealed that because there's often no documentation to prove a migrant's age at the time Border Patrol processes them, 105 adults were discovered posing as unaccompanied children in 2021. One of them, a 24-year-old Honduran male who said he was 17, was charged with murdering his sponsor in Jacksonville, Florida. Surprise! This is something I saw during the migrant crisis in 2015 too. There were all kinds of people. There were guys like, they would show you the pictures. This 16-year-old man, I remember being a picture in like the front page of a mainstream news outlet, and I'm looking at him like, this guy's at least 30. There's no way he's 16. He's at least 30. They're just lying to us so they can get in. Okay, and moving on to some other news here. We're in a lot of trouble, of course, because I mean, we talk about how short-staffed the military is all the time, but here is Blacklock's reporter, and title is Short Staff Hits Musical Ride, and this is about the RCMP. RCMP recruitment is declining so sharply that bounties can't spare constables for the musical ride, says an internal audit. Hiring private equestrians to pose as police was contemplated, but deemed too risky if the public found out, said the report. Quote, legitimacy and effectiveness of the musical ride could be negatively impacted if the riders were not police officers, close quote. Well, I'm glad they sucked that one back. Oh my God. The world is a stage. We're just faking, guys. We're just going to hire actors to pose as police officers because we don't have any police officers. So yeah, that's all of our institutions are in a state of collapse, guys. It's a fourth turning, as I'm always pointing out, when all of the institutions go into a state of collapse, as they have been since the year 2020, just like Neil Howe predicted they would in 1991. Okay. Here is True North, and the RCMP officers uncomfortable with political pressure. Emergencies Act during Freedom Convoy internal report. So do you think this has anything to do with your recruiting issues? The fact that the institutions are no longer professional and they've been utterly politicized to the point that they're mere political props, and that's how these people are treated in the most inhumane fashion. The people who put on the uniform accept unlimited liability on the rest of us, put their lives on the line, and then they just get used like these props in a goddamn kabuki theater play. So I think that is a morally injurious practice that drives all kinds of people away. And what's up with the sneakers on these guys? They got these nice hats and uniforms and everything, and then they're all wearing sneakers, and they don't match like a uniform. It's in the name, guys. It's uniform across all of the wearers. It's uniform, but they all have different shoes on. So I'm not sure what's up with that. Okay. An RCMP review of the federal police response to the 2022 Freedom Convoy reveals that officers were uncomfortable with the unprecedented invocation of the Emergencies Act and felt immense pressure from government officials. The report, titled, quote, National After Action Review into the RCMP's Response to the 2022 Freedom Convoy, close quote, was made public last week. One of the key concerns raised by officers involved in the response was that they were uncomfortable in exercising the additional powers granted to police by Prime Minister Justin Trudeau's invocation of the Emergencies Act. Quote, respondents felt it was unclear what impact the invocation of the Emergencies Act had on the police response and police authorities. Furthermore, some respondents expressed they felt uncomfortable applying the peace officer authorities granted once the Emergency Act was invoked, as they did not feel that they had a clear understanding of those authorities, close quote, wrote the RCMP. Some respondents who were deployed, some respondents who were deployed to the National Capital Region also indicated they felt uncomfortable enforcing certain legislation because the police of jurisdiction did not appear to be taking enforcement action, close quote. Yeah, I mean, I saw it with my own eyes. We had a good rapport with OPS right up until the Emergency Measures Act was invoked. Although the Liberal government maintained that the police were independent and at arm's length from the government officials, officers responding to the protest reported that the need to provide hourly intelligence updates from ministers and the government's politicization of the policing harmed their efforts. Quote, interviewees also indicated that there were issues with information and intelligence that was disseminated to external Government of Canada agencies. Specifically, some Government of Canada partners would misrepresent the information or misattribute third-party information as RCMP information, close quote, the report reads. Something like how they were constantly saying that the police had asked for additional powers and resources. They couldn't handle the situation, stuff like that. And then it turns out that none of the police actually said that, right? As noted by the report, federal ministers often requested intelligence from the police and misrepresented the data for their own ends. Quote, interviewees often noted that various Government of Canada partners would reach in directly to specific intelligence teams and or individuals for information which did not respect the RCMP chain of command or establish protocols for requesting information from the RCMP, close quote. It continued. Yeah, I should tell them to get bent when they do that. There's a kind of independence. Again, there's operational independence of these agencies that needs to be respected. Otherwise, we're in a state of tyranny. This is how banana republics work, where the politicians are calling up the RCMP while they're in the middle of an operation. It's just ridiculous. Okay. At the height of the Liberal government's response to the Freedom Convoy, then Public Safety Minister Marco Mendicino claimed the police faced no pressure from the government and were entirely independent. If you're calling them all the time for updates, that's pressure. Quote, the community expects the law to be obeyed and the public safety to be upheld. The federal government has been there from day one to support the City of Ottawa and the Ottawa Police Service, and the RCMP has provided officers and other additional resources. It is important to note that the operational decisions are made by the police, independent from the government, close quote, Mendicino asserted in the House of Commons on February 7, 2022. Except respondent RCMP officers expressed in post-response interviews that they felt the pressure from the Liberals was quote-unquote high and their role was becoming, quote, highly politicized, close quote. Quote, the pressures from the government and the public to resolve the blockades were high during the convoy, close quote, the report reads. Quote, interviewees and survey respondents felt that the police response to the convoy events were highly politicized. This was particularly the case with respect to the convoy events in the National Capital Region, where various elected officials and senior Government of Canada officials were of the view that it was the RCMP's responsibility to resolve the blockades in Ottawa, close quote. Additionally, RCMP respondents said that the intelligence provided to their respective task force was of dubious quality and had an over-reliance on legacy media reports. You don't say. And what about Anti-Hate Network? Because, that's where the mainstream media was getting their information. Quote, according to the survey results, intelligence disseminated was not always timely or accessible. Specifically, respondents noted that they would receive information about various threats through media reporting and various social media pages rather than directly from the RCMP, close quote, the report reads. At the time, the legacy media frequently cited partisan groups like the Canadian Anti-Hate Network, whose director was found to have spread a false narrative that an anti-Semitic flyer was present at the protest. In reality, the photograph was from an unrelated protest in Miami. Yeah, I remember that one. It was from years earlier. Media also reported a false claim that protesters involved with the Freedom Convoy were responsible for an attempted arson of a downtown Ottawa apartment building. Later investigation showed it had nothing to do with the protest. Media reporting that relied on misinformation was even criticized by the final report produced by Public Order Emergency Commissioner Paul Rouleau. Quote, I am also satisfied that there was misinformation about the Freedom Convoy, which was used as a basis to unfairly discredit all protesters, close quote, wrote Rouleau. Quote, where there was misinformation and disinformation about the protests, it was prone to amplification in the news media. That's because they're sick. They're all on the left, and they will say the nastiest things about anybody who is not on the left and amplify any criticisms into hysteria. Okay, here's Globalist News. RCMP boss says criminal code should be changed to address threats against politicians. Yeah, this is insane. Is this the video for it? I'm going to try this. Who is this? Responding to threats. Let me see.
I've went through a lot during the last 2 weeks.
Though police recommended Marwa Rizki stay at home as much as possible after facing death threats, the Liberal candidate, now 8 months pregnant, was back on the campaign trail Thursday morning.
I don't want...
And hate crime hoaxes are a thing on the left, and they have been for a couple of decades now. So I wouldn't be the least bit surprised if this was all made up, because this is somebody on the left talking about how they're facing all these death threats, and they always turn out to be a hoax. I think Ann Coulter actually wrote a book on that, like in the late 2000s, and it was called Leftists Always Lie. So at that time, she was documenting a ton of stuff from the 90s and the 2000s. So even at that time, we knew that they were lying about all this stuff. It's not exactly mainstream, but this has been going on for decades. They make up all these hate crime hoaxes and pretend to be raped, and Jesse Smollett and whatever that guy's name was in NASCAR there with the noose that was just a garage door pole. All this hysteria. But I digress. Let's let this harpy continue talking.
To give power to the people who wants to threaten me. I don't want to give them that power.
On Wednesday, the MNA for Saint Laurent went public with threats she received in recent weeks. She says a man left messages with police telling them where to find her murdered body. The alleged aggressor was arrested and appeared in court Friday, charged with criminal harassment and released on conditions that he not approach Rizki as he awaits a psychiatric evaluation.
Why is me who has to stay home? Why is me who has to feel insecure?
Tuesday night, Liberal candidate Enrico Ciccone's office was robbed and vandalized. The incidents are part of a growing trend of politicians being targeted on social media and in public.
It's difficult not to make a link between the civil war, if I can say that sometimes seems to be raging on the internet, and the rise of violence that we actually see on the ground.
Premier Legault drew
What rise in violence?
a link with the rage that grew among many because of pandemic restrictions and called for calm among politicians and citizens.
I don't like that, of course. That's not a...
What about all these Hammassholes protests outside the houses of politicians?
kind of society we want in...
And this is the guy who wanted to impose the vaccine tax.
Rizki put some of the blame on conservative leader Éric Duhem.
Back in June, someone said in French, c'est temps de rentrer la grogne au Parlement.
Duhem has been a vocal critic of restrictions instilled by the government to slow COVID-19, and in June called for discontent related to pandemic measures to make its way to the National Assembly. The conservative leader said Rizki crossed a line by making the threats a partisan issue.
We're trying to transform something, an anger, into something positive and democratic.
Rizki says Montreal police and the SQ have done as much as they could to help her within their jurisdictions. She wants candidates and MNAs to have a panic button that would quickly connect them to authorities when a threat becomes real. Dan Spector, Global News, Montreal.
Why does Montreal has like the hottest cops or something? What's going on here? It's like they have all these blonde females, says police. I'm sure they can do their job. I think that a lot of them are just walking radios, but anyway, just an observation. Is this like Charlie's Angels or something? Anyway, it's kind of funny. Okay, so Duhamel, he didn't get into the but he was in the Commons committee there, and he was asked about these these opinions. Okay, let's read the freaking article here. RCMP Commissioner Mike Duhamel said he wants the government to look at drafting a new law that would make it easier for police to pursue charges against people who threaten elected officials. The Mounties are seeing an increase in invective directed at politicians, including comments from the same individual on multiple occasions, Duhamel said in an interview. And the invective, like that's criticism. That's harsh words. That's what he's talking about. There's an increase in harsh words towards politicians. And whose fault is that? Well, it's all of our fault. We're never supposed to be harsh with our politicians, no matter how much they murder us. You're never supposed to get harsh with them, or you could face arrest. And it was astonishing. I didn't line that clip up, but it was astonishing to see this guy sit there. And they were saying, hey, can't you just go out and arrest these people for being mean to politicians online? And he's like, well, it's not illegal, but you guys should pass a law so I can do that. Are you kidding me? It's not illegal for a reason, because we live in a free frickin' country and we have freedom of expression. And there are prohibitions on certain kind of speech already written into the criminal code. You're not allowed to utter threats. You're not allowed to incite violence. You're not allowed to incite mischief, these kinds of things like incitement. You will be held accountable for that stuff. But if you're just talking about being mean to politicians, that is protected speech. Okay. Says, however, often the behavior does not meet the criminal code threshold for laying a charge of uttering threats. Quote, though, so that's sometimes a challenge, close quote, Duhamel said. Yeah, you think? You're not supposed to be able to arrest them if they're not uttering threats. Quote, but there are other tools that are there other tools that we can use? Is there anything else we could add to the criminal code that can address the situation? Close quote. It's not a criminal act. You're going to criminalize normal speech, criticism of politicians. Duhamel said the RCMP hopes to work with Public Safety Canada, the Department of Justice, and on the possibility of a new provision to address the phenomenon. Invective. So they're going to outlaw invective. Quote, it'd be nice to see if we could look at that, close quote, he said. Quote, people feel more free to express what they really think, which is a good thing, but it has to be done in a civil way. Every elected official has the right to feel secure in doing their job, close quote. Yeah, I don't know if that's written down anywhere. Is that right written down somewhere? I don't think so. I think that if you run for public office, that there's an expectation that you're going to be faced with a certain level of invective from the population, kind of no matter what you do, right? Duhamel's comments come amid growing concerns about the safety of politicians. MPs have been followed on the streets and subjected to death threats. The escalation has prompted efforts to bolster protection and security measures. Ontario Liberal MP Pam Damoff recently announced she would not run in her next election, saying the threats and misogyny she has experienced made her fearful of going out in public. Now, did she show us any evidence of that? She's saying that there were threats and misogyny of that, but do we know that actually happened, or do we just know that she said that? Because the Liberals are absolutely tanking. This Pam Damoff is probably not going to win her seat anyway, so this is her excuse. She's going to say it's all Canadians' fault, and we're all so awful. And she's been threatened with so much misogyny that she has to step aside now. But the fact of the matter is, she was never going to win anyway. So this is a nice out for her to just scapegoat regular day Canadians. Duhamel said the RCMP regularly communicates with other police forces about threats to politicians. In addition, the Mounties have a liaison team that keeps in touch with federal ministerial offices about daily security needs, and the force works closely with the House of Commons Sergeant-at-Arms concerning protection of MPs. The force will sometimes turn to, quote, disruption measures, close quote, with officers knocking on the door of someone who has made a concerning comment to, quote, have a chat with them, close quote, Duhamel said. Yeah. The thought police, right? That's what's happening here. And we've seen clips here before too, where people are just, the cops are showing up at people's doors and saying, hey, I saw you posted online that you're going to go to some protest. I hope you know how to protest safely without breaking the law, and we'd like to talk to you about that. Really? Are you going and are you going to the mosques and talking to Deanna Sharif about how to protest safely, or is it just a certain political leaning, that political orientation that you're going after here? I know what I think. RCMP behavioral scientist specialists look at the incoming cases, and the force has noticed that disturbing comments sometimes come from people known to the force from earlier incidents. He added, an intelligence report released in March said threats against politicians had become, quote, increasingly normalized, close quote, due to extremist narratives prompted by personal grievances and fueled by misinformation or deliberate lies. Extremism is violence. So extremist narratives, are they inciting violence? I don't think so. I think what they're saying here is these are people who disagree with them politically, and they're putting out narratives that discord from the accepted political narrative. And so those narratives are violent extremism. So in June 2023 report prepared by a federal task force that aims to safeguard elections, said baseless theories, disinformation and misinformation had spread to larger audiences, exposing online users to a vast network of narratives that undermine science, systems of government, and traditional figures of authority. Like, did everybody just get online in 2015? Because I could have sworn that we all had smartphones well before then. And high-speed internet's been on the scene, DSL, I think, in like the early 2000s. It's not what it is today, but it wasn't that far off. We had access to YouTube, and Facebook is like 2004. So what exactly changed? Well, the government did, right? It's not the people that changed, it's the government. Quote, violent rhetoric routinely fixates on elected officials with particular hostility toward high profile women, close quote, the report said. Yeah, because we're all misogynists. It's all our fault, guys. It's not that there's anything to be upset with. It's just that we're such hateful people. In recent years, countries including Bolivia, Brazil, and Tunisia have brought in legislation directed at violence against women in politics. Ensuring the social media platforms are enforcing terms of service that will minimize the sense of violence is important, said Chris Tinov, Assistant Director of the Center for the Study of Democratic Institutions in the University of British Columbia. The recently introduced federal online harms bill is one way of helping establish standards around expectations of such platforms for addressing harassment, threats, and hate speech. He said, yeah, right. Bill C-63 is the Orwell meets Minority Report. Pre-thought crime is going to be illegal. So even if somebody so much as suspects that you may make a hate speech at some point in the future, you'll be put under house arrest and re-educated. While much of the abuse comes via cyberspace, it can also spill into the physical realm, Tinov said. So you're talking about basically everything. It spills into the physical realm, maybe, I think. Like what is an incident of that? I mean, Jean Chrétien got pied in the face back in the 90s. That's technically assault. Is that what we're talking about? Okay, so quote, you're getting threats online. There's a protest, so you come to your home, and you've also been shouted at in a city council meeting, close quote, he said. Quote, they're quite often mixed together. So everything you're talking about is just speech. Now, I'm skeptical that they're getting threats. Like, they don't meet the criminal code definition, as he's already said previously here. There's the protest. So it's come to your home. Sounds like he's talking about Hammassholes. And you've also been shouted at in a city council meeting where you're allowed to go shout at your city councilors. That's not illegal. Like, they'll probably remove you from the chamber because you're a disruption. But this is violence, right? It's not violence. Violence is physical, and they're always making this non-physical violence seems to be what they're so concerned with here. Tinov added that it is important for party leaders and staff to make it clear to supporters that it's inappropriate and undemocratic for them to threaten or harass opposing political parties online. Quote, and it would be good to see more of those public expressions because that kind of cross-party unity around what's appropriate is really necessary, close quote. Maybe they could stop calling us names and ruining our lives. That would go a long way to that cross-party unity that he's referring to there. Just stop abusing your citizens and maybe they won't be so angry at you. Okay, here's the Epoch Times. The title is Soldiers Resistant to Cultural Change in Armed Forces Must Be Educated or Move Along. Defense Chief. Yeah, Woke Wainer. This is the latest from this puke. It says soldiers who resist the military's cultural overhaul and quote cannot be educated close quote should quote unquote move along, says Canada's top general. Yeah, like he doesn't have enough of attrition crisis already. He's already driven more people out of the ranks than any of his predecessors ever. And now he's saying more of them need to move along because me, my career. It's all about the guy at the top, and he's got to please his political masters with all of this communist indoctrination, the struggle sessions that I witnessed firsthand right before I got off that crazy train. Back to the article. Chief of Defense Staff General Woke Wainer Iyer made the comments as he testified before the House of Commons Defense Committee on May 8th. General Iyer is set to retire in the coming months. The top general was involved in pushing for major changes to the Canadian Armed Forces culture related to issues like sexual misconduct and so-called systemic racism. General Iyer was asked by Liberal MP and committee member Chad Collins what advice he has for his successor in dealing with a, quote, small group of people who just can't see the path forward, close quote, as the CAF tries to change its culture on, end quote, accelerated time frame, close quote. Yeah, make it communist. They're turning it into Antifa. And of course, not everybody is on board with this agenda, and they're going to say that we're just a bunch of ignoramuses who just can't see the path forward to communism. Quote, it's not that we can't see the path to communism, it's that we're not going there, okay? Quote, this is an issue that has popped up over the course of my tenure where there's the pockets of resistance that you talked about, close quote, said General Iyer. Quote, if they cannot be brought along, if they cannot be educated, and it's often a case of education, but if they refuse to change for the betterment of the institution, well, they have to move along as well, close quote. Did anybody else notice that as long as General Iyer's been in uniform, the military has been a scandal-plagued mess? It's these guys who have been scandalizing, the boomer generation, who've been scandalizing Canada's military. Now, I think he's technically a Gen X'er. He's born in probably 67 or thereabouts. And the last time a boomer would have been born would have been more like 65. But is he breastfed? I think that's an important question to ask. And was he raised in a permissive parenting style like Beaver Cleaver? Because all the serial killers of the 21st century were, they're boomers. They're not middle-aged anymore. They're older. So this self-serving sociopath doesn't give a goddamn who he's got to throw under the bus to cement his final legacy as the CDS who ushered in communism. Okay, I think I lost my spot here. The CAF has adopted postmodern critical theories and social justice ideology to overhaul its culture. The Department of National Defense, DND, has previously confirmed to the Epoch Times. Those include quasi-Marxist critical race theory, which pits groups of oppressed and oppressors against one another based on race instead of classes and seeks to dismantle the system perceived to be based on quote-unquote white supremacy. And the CAF was white supremacist because the RCMP had a long jump on its physical test, and women can't jump as far as men. So that's systemically racist. CAF, you guys are awful, and go to your struggle session now. Gender theory has also been integrated, resulting in CAF members having the liberty to choose the type of dress uniform they wish to wear, notwithstanding their sex. The whole suite of critical theories concepts has been adopted by the organization's chief professional conduct and culture, which is currently Lieutenant General Jeannie Kerrigan. Yeah, tell me she's not being groomed to be the first female chief of defense staff. Some of the impacts of the cultural change became apparent, and I remember her. I'm pretty sure I remember her from Iraq. That's Joker Jeannie, who got told to go color in the corner when she tried to lecture the Iraqis on how they should be treating women, or women are better than they are, or some fourth wave feminist nonsense. And they were like, what the hell are you talking about? Get away from us. You're not going to tell a Muslim man, how to be a better feminist, I'm afraid. So, she got told to go color in the corner when she was in Iraq in 2019. Some of the impacts of the cultural change became apparent around the time of Remembrance Day in November, when the Epoch Times first reported that the CAF's decision to ban military chaplains from public prayer at official events. It is essential for chaplains to adopt a sensitive and inclusive approach when publicly addressing military members, close quote, said the new directive signed by the Chaplain General, Brigadier General Guy Belisle. The directive also removed religious crests from chaplains' scarves. And yet we're still not allowed to have military veterans do a motorcycle rally. Third year in a row, they're not going to let the veterans do the ride around the National Cenotaph. So, veterans are a target in the PSYOP. They're absolutely being singled out. Quote, chaplains must consider the potential that some items or symbols may cause discomfort or traumatic feelings when choosing the dress they wear during public occasions, close quote, the directive says. Under public and political pressure, Brigadier General Belisle backtracked, allowing for chaplains to pray for that year's remembrance ceremony, and said the policy would be revisited. Retain fundamentals. While General Eyre has pushed for deep cultural change within the institution, he also told the committee that some aspects of the military's culture should, quote, absolutely, close quote, be retained. He identified those as the willingness to put oneself in harm's way to protect others, the willingness to leave one's family behind, and, quote, go to the other side of the world to do good for this country, close quote, as well as the willingness to follow others. You're destroying the country. You're destroying this country, the institution that you're supposed to be stewarding. At this particular, it just sickens me. And they're gaslighting us, the people who put on the uniform, who accept unlimited liability on behalf of everyone else, because we believe in this country and in the values on which it was established. And here he is completely, doing away with all of the values that patriotic Canadians hold. You're not allowed to hold those values in this institution. You need to move on if you're not a communist. And shame on you for not being willing to die for communism. Okay. Quote, those fundamentals we absolutely have to retain as part of who we are and as part of the operational effectiveness to deliver for Canada, close quote. The general also told MPs he is leaving an institution, quote, on the upswing. He'll say anything, won't he? That boomer male, that yuppie. I think he's actually an elder Gen X'er, technically, but he's pretty goddamn well boomer. And D&D is run by the boomers too. So this is shortly after Defense Minister Bill Blair called the personnel situation in the armed forces, with more soldiers leaving than being recruited, a, quote, death spiral, close quote. Quote, despite all the challenges, the dark clouds on the horizon, the deteriorating security situation that we face around the world, I am confident that this institution is on the right path, close quote. Based on what? Said General Eyre. Based on the fact that he's in charge. That's it. The general said that for the first time in the last 3 years, the recently closed fiscal year saw a growth in the ranks of the regular force and the reserve. I'm skeptical, especially when you start accounting for all the people that are off on stress leave and mental health leave, and they're already on their way out the door. They're probably at transition unit, so they're not working. They're not working. They're not contributing. They're recovering and are on their way to being released, and they're still going to count them on the nominal roll. Quote, I'm cautiously optimistic that those changes that we've made in our system and continue to make in recruiting and retention are bearing fruit, close quote, he said. CAF total strength numbers provided by D&D for fiscal year 2023-24 indicate the regular force had 63,699 personnel, an increase of 210 over the previous year. Meanwhile, the reserve had 29,135 troops, an increase of 1,018 troops over the previous year. This comes after the CAF lost 6,458 troops during the COVID-19 years from fiscal year 2020 to 2021, 2022 to 23, in what appears to be a significant peacetime drop. Mr. Blair told the Ottawa Conference on Security and Defense in March 7th that the CAF is short nearly 16,000 troops. This comment here, the significant peacetime drop, we actually experience our drops. My understanding anyway is that we do experience drops in personnel during peacetime. We actually had a recruiting boom while the Afghan war was on. Those were the best years for recruiting during my career. So people do want a serious professional military career. They want that experience. They want that opportunity to serve their country. You know what they don't want is tampons in the men's washroom. You sick Somalia fair serial killer boomer. Okay. So here are the values that everybody needs to adopt or move on. Blacklock's reporter, military diversity costs $9.5 million. The Department of National Defense since 2015 has paid consultants and contractors nearly $10 million for, quote, equity and inclusion, close quote, programs, new records show. Spending ranged from the purchase of gay pride flags to a, quote, workshop on the gendered nature of security, close quote. Yeah, bunch of commie BS. And oh my God, look at the people in this photo op. Shameless O'Regan, he's got PTSD from being on TV. And Janice Irwin, and oh my God, this Randy Boissonov there, who who fleeced us all by putting his own company forward to fulfill some of these contracts. That's another thing I probably could have talked about today. And then he's doing his let them eat cake moment with his donut at Tim Hortons. Just awful frickin' people. Good oh God. But anyway, so yeah, the joke back in the day, like when I first got in, it was like, no more don't ask, don't tell. People are allowed to be, and that happened before my time. Like it had only been a few years since they changed the policy to allow people to be openly gay in the military. And the joke when I got in 2001 was, I'm getting out before they make it mandatory. Well, here we are 2 decades later, and it's mandatory. You have to be gay or, whatever. Something diverse. Queer. Okay. Here's Mercedes Stevenson. And she was reporting that there was a change of command today for Canada's most secretive and elite warriors. Major General Steve Boivin is being promoted, and Steve Hunter took over the command this afternoon. CANSOFCOM is incredibly busy and is only rapidly deployable force in a struggling CAF. We found out about the change of command and showed up. Thanks to CANSOFCOM for letting us unexpected guests in. The Liberal government talks about transparency, but repeatedly appoints and changes commands of SE leaders. Does she mean senior leaders or special? I would say it's SOF is what we usually say. No, SE leaders, senior leaders who with no media access and press after. I've also never seen someone expected to go to the 3-star Leaf level, change of command suddenly with no announcement, but about where he's going to be next. Boivin is being promoted, but the way this was done could have made this seem to be very different. I only know that because sources. All of my sources say is an expression of paralyzed decision-making. There is still no decision on the next CDS, which has a trickle-down effect of not being able to confirm who is taking over where in the middle of a challenging national security concerns. Today, the change of command, General Iyer said the lack of decisions on who senior leaders are in the CAF is having a significant impact on military families. Steve Hunter, who took over CANSOFCOM today, has not yet been promoted to the rank required for the position. Another odd feature of today's ceremony, but I'm told that's coming. Yeah, it's mismanagement. We're in a mismanagement crisis. These are really basic things. This is called succession planning. We're supposed to kind of have everybody lined up. You got 3 choices that you're going to work on with your career mangler. Number 1, number 2, and number 3, your favorite choices, this kind of thing. For postings, positions, that is, and you're supposed to have an idea that you're going to be promoted this year, so you should be looking at positions for the next rank, and then they look at the occupation holistically, see where everybody wants to go, who's actually getting promoted, which positions are going to be opening up because of those promotions, and they can't do any of that because they don't know who the next chief of defense staff is going to be. That has to come from Government of Canada. Once they know who that is, then all of those other dominoes can kind of fall into place. But until they do that, it's just going to be a freaking mess. And I am way over my time I haven't talked for a while, so I guess I'm getting it all in there now. But here's Scott Taylor. He is the co-author of Tarnished Brass, which is a very famous book about corruption in the Canadian Armed Forces. And he writes for Esprit de Corps magazine. He also wrote Canada's Secret Soldier, which is about the initial establishment of JTF2 and some of their operations. That was a really good book. So here's Scott Taylor. He's a friend of Kyle Brown, who was the whistleblower for Somalia, the GenX'er, who showed us all what those boomers were really like before Gen X started showing up. And of course, they jailed him for 5 years because that's what the boomers do with whistleblowers, like Julian Assange. He's been in Weimar's prison for 5 years. And so Scott Taylor, I think, has been in like this kind of a mission to vindicate his friend Kyle Brown for his entire adult life. Okay, so anyway, here is Scott Taylor on the whole situation with the CAF right now.
For months now, the senior leadership of the Canadian military have been bemoaning the crippling shortfall of personnel in the ranks.
The Canadian Armed Forces must grow. We're short a lot of people.
Before a parliamentary committee last year, Chief of the Defence Staff General Wayne Eyre acknowledged there are currently 16,500 vacant positions from a Canadian Armed Forces combined regular and reserve authorized strength of 101,000.
There's just not enough Canadian forces to be able to do everything.
The reason for this crisis is a combination of the CAF's failure to attract recruits while simultaneously failing to retain trained personnel. When it comes to one metric of personnel staffing, the Canadian Armed Forces, Army, Navy, and Air Force leaves all other militaries in the dust with its bloated, top-heavy senior command structure. It's time to target why the staffing shortage has not resulted in a reduced headquarters and fewer generals. In fact, there are more now than ever. For those who follow the affairs of the CAF closely, it will be understood that General Eyre's numbers are somewhat misleading. When you factor in all those serving personnel who are currently on sick leave, stress leave, maternity leave, paternity leave, retirement leave, and those personnel recruited but still awaiting trades training, those numbers make things far worse in reality than in Eyre's briefing notes. The lack of experienced trained technical staff means that ships companies cannot put to sea, planes lack pilots, and vehicles are inoperable due to maintenance delays. All of this leads to frustration and burnout for veteran service members, and as a result, they are retiring early. However, things are not bleak across the board, as all 138 permanent and temporary general officer and flag officer GOFO positions remain staffed at 100%. As the bottom falls out of the CAF rank and file level, the top offices remain filled to the brim. Clearly,
standard. That is standard. We have the most top-heavy military in the history of the world. Because the boomers they even raised the retirement age so they could stay even longer. They created more general positions for themselves and their pals. And we have more generals now than we had at the end of the Second World War. Fewer troops than we've ever had in our entire history. It's a boys' club for boomers. Scott Taylor, I think, he does a pretty good job of breaking it down. So here we go.
The government realizes that even a casual observer will question that bloated ratio of GOFOs to the dwindling number of troops they still command. On the official Government of Canada website, it states, the Canadian Armed Forces is structured to have 631 regular force members per one GOFO, which makes us lighter at the top when compared to like-sized military forces of some of our closest Commonwealth allies. This is a classic example of, well, to be blunt, horseshit. Our closest ally is the USA, and in 2017, their military had 900 GOFOs for a force of 1.3 million service members, which is a ratio of 1 to 1,400. The U.S. Marine Corps has just 62 GOFOs for some 180,000 jarheads, which is an impressive ratio of almost 1 GOFO per 3,000 Marines. The British press recently questioned why their army was commanded by 53 general officers when the troop strength had dropped to 70,000. That would be a ratio of 1 GOFO per 1,300 British soldiers. So no, we are not lighter at the top than our allies, as the government website claims. Quite the opposite is true. The worst part about this top-heavy structure of the Canadian military is that it is not a new problem. Back in 1995, in the wake of the Somali scandal, which has shone a public spotlight on the darker reality of the CAF, citizens questioned why Canada had 96 GOFOs for a military with only 65,000 regular force personnel. The Liberal government of the day had been quick to disband the entire Canadian Airborne Regiment overnight, but in the case of the bloated command structure, they set a goal of 1 GOFO per 1,000 personnel to be achieved through natural attrition. Fast forward nearly 3 decades, and that 96 is now 138, and while authorized a regular force strength of 71,000, the actual number is less than 60,000. This means that despite a passage of time which extends beyond that of a full military career, that attrition morphed into addition. Given that the just-released Defense Policy Update, DPU, does not project the CAF addressing the present personnel shortfall before 2032, it is time to drastically slash the bloated leadership of the CAF. Later this summer,
World War III is going to be over by then.
the retirement of General Eyre will open the door for the Liberals to start making good on that reduction through attrition that they once promised. Given the reduced size of the CAF, the next CDS should remain a Lieutenant General, aka a 3-star general rather than a full 4-star general. This would set in motion a pattern wherein the 11 current Lieutenant General positions would be reduced to that of a 2-star Major General as the incumbent Lieutenant Generals retire. Our NATO allies do not care how much gold braid our generals wear on their hats.
I don't know where he's going with that, to be honest. I'm not saying I endorse that point.
They care about how much actual combat capability we can deliver. And right now, it isn't much. This has been On Target. I'm Scott Taylor.
Okay, so great job breaking it down. I don't really know that I can come to the same conclusion that we should keep the CDS at a 3-star. I'm not sure how that would, reduce all of these layabouts at the upper rank who can't do their jobs, by the way. They can't do their jobs. They cut corners on the Canadian Forces Personnel Appraisal System process every single year. They told us to write those things up 6 weeks before the end of the reporting period. Just spare the generals the effort of having to earn their goddamn salaries. Colleen was just asking me to share this, so I'll drop it in the comments for you guys. Here is the link for you folks over on Rumble as well. There you go. If you want to check out Scott Taylor's video, there is the link. And like he said, like, it's incredibly top heavy. And the problem, this is the whole problem with the CAF. It's like, it's not just that it's mismanaged, because it is, because they don't really do their jobs, but it's also overmanaged in the sense that a lot of these people, like, they just don't have productive work to do. So they invent all of these make work projects all the time. They're like the good idea fairies that just make everybody's lives miserable. The people who are actually doing the work, because they make more work for the rest of us. And they come up with these goddamn diversity quotas and, the struggle sessions and all this stuff. This is all coming from management because they don't have anything better to do. Get rid of these goddamn busybodies and let's get back to doing serious business. Okay, and here is Harrison Faulkner, and he says, why was the Canadian Armed Forces recruiting at a Khalistan event where the glorification of one of Canada's worst terrorists, Talwinder Singh Parmar, was on display? Parmar was the mastermind of the Air India bombing, the worst terrorist attack in Canadian history. Well, maybe it's because, we're not after a military that is capable of fighting wars on foreign soil anymore. We're after a military who's capable of defeating its own citizenry in a war, but that's about it. We're flooding the ranks with people from other countries, many of the countries who hate us, and indoctrinating them into an anti-Western Marxist worldview where white people are the enemy, the great Satan. What fresh hell do we expect to be forthcoming from that scenario? Okay, so here is globalist news. Montreal, latest Canadian city to consider extending voting rights to non-citizens. Yes, this is where this is all going. This is the biggest incentive for the mass migration, is they're importing another voter base from the third world. They'll give them all kinds of free stuff and they'll vote liberal and leftist forever and ever. That was the plan, at least anyway. But, leftists can't stay away from the kids. So they're constantly sexualizing the kids in the schools and butchering them for pharmaceutical profits. And in case you haven't noticed, the Muslim community is not on board with that agenda. I don't think any of the immigrant community is on board with that agenda. They tend to lean a little bit more conservative socially. So, it's not enough that you just keep bribing them with social programs that they'll keep voting for you when you're butchering their kids. So I hope that this turns around. I'm not going to bother reading this globalist news claptrap, but yeah, this is the stuff that the left is going to be pushing. They're going to be trying to extend voting rights to these people that they're importing so that it'll be unending power for the left until the end of time, which is like 10 years from now, the way things are going. Here's Black Locks Reporter. And okay, I wanted to get into a few more positive stories here because everything's falling apart for these people. Okay, it's as we saw, like the CBC is even going after Trudeau right now. The CBC, he's coming up to the podium. The CBC is like, "Why do Canadians hate you?" So I think that that's a good sign. And Black Locks Reporter is reporting lamented distrust of media. New Democrats petition the Prime Minister for a royal commission into, quote, the rise in the deep distrust of some Canadians have in our media, close quote. Access to information records show. Catherine McKenney, a party organizer and then city councillor, privately complained after the Freedom Convoy that some Canadians no longer believe the news. Quote, what's the reason, close quote. What's the reason? When this was tweeted, my comment was they lie. What's the reason that nobody trusts the media? The media lies. That's why they're not. Nobody trusts them. It's because they're not trustworthy. Speaking of untrustworthy, here is Cosmin Durias. He says now CBC CEO Catherine Tate tells MPs at the Commons Heritage Committee to stop focusing on her bonuses and asks the federal government for, quote, sustainable long-term funding, close quote, of the media. No, you want sustainable long-term funding, like generate a product that people want and are willing to pay for. That's what you need to do. Not, keep going back to the government with your hand out to get them to put the guns in our faces so you can put a hand in our pocket, you sick freak. Okay, here is boomer female, Catherine Tate, wholly entitled. Here we go.
And I can just reassure the committee members that our industry is in crisis, not just CBC Radio-Canada, but the entire industry.
All of the institutions are, because they're run by boomers.
You've heard it from other witnesses. And rather than be over indexing on performance pay, I would urge this committee to think about what are the solutions for the future of domestic media in this country. Not
stop lying.
Just public, private, news, entertainment, because we are in crisis. I've been in this business 40 years, and never before have I seen so great a pressure on our domestic industry. And it is very worrisome. We see people disappearing, companies disappearing, production houses shutting. It is extremely worrisome. It's terrible to lose one individual employee.
One liar? No, it's not terrible.
Let alone 140.
Mm-hmm. And would you have any suggestions for some of those solutions that might be put forward that could be helpful for our committee?
I could go on for hours, and I will let the minister invite her expert panel to have some reflection on that. I think sustainable long-term funding is one of the solutions. And I look forward to being able to converse with that panel when they are announced.
Colleen is saying, radical lefty boomers, not us good ones. We know you love us freedom-loving boomers. Yes, I do. All my boomers are good to go. Of course, my regulars understand that I am talking about these boomers, particularly the white-collar class. And that is what happens every saculum. That's the whole cycle of history. We come back from the last major crisis, the last fourth turning, the previous one being the Second World War, and build the institutions to new heights, create all these white-collar jobs so that the generation who's born in the wake of the previous fourth turning, the boomer generation. It's always a boomer generation. There's a major population boom after every major crisis. That is the generation that goes directly from high school, having never worked during high school in any job, and into university, and then straight into a white collar job where they remain for the rest of their lives. And they'll tell you that they work incredibly hard their whole lives, but I've seen what they do in the office all day. And whatever it is, it's not working. No, it isn't. Catherine Tate hasn't worked her whole life. She has no idea what doing a good job even is. So, because she has no frame of reference, like she's just been this white collar government employee her entire life. That's why we're in this crisis right now, because weak men bring hard times, right? And you've been cooed and coddled, completely ensconced in our institutions for your entire life, and have no idea what's really going on out there in the world or how to surmount challenges, then you're probably going to be an utter failure as an institutional leader. Okay, and here's the National Compost again, and they say Canada Post was wrong to suspend unvaccinated remote workers during COVID arbitrator rules. The arbitrator found it was unreasonable to extend it to staff who worked exclusively remotely with no prospect of going to the office. Yeah, no kidding. Ottawa, a Labour arbitrator has struck down part of Canada Post's mandatory COVID-19 vaccine policy for employees, ruling it was unreasonable to suspend staff without pay who worked remotely simply because they did not confirm they were vaccinated. Quote, Canada Post has not established a compelling workplace health and safety interest in mandating vaccines for employees who worked exclusively remotely where there was no reasonable prospect that in-person work would be required of them, close quote. Arbitrator Michelle Flaherty wrote in her ruling in a case brought by the Union of Postal Communications Employees, UPCE. Her ruling issued last week could provide some indication of the potential outcomes to more sweeping grievances filed in 2021 by the Public Service Alliance of Canada, PSAC, against the government's mandatory vaccination policy for most of those members who worked remotely. The Postal Employee Union is part of PSAC, the country's largest public service union. That's positive. This is positive. Now, we can scream and yell that, it wasn't, they haven't established that it was a compelling workplace health and safety interest for mandating vaccines, even for the people who were at the office. But, baby steps, okay? Like we're going to win this thing incrementally, I think. And this is a big step in the right direction. Those grievances are still in front of arbitrators. In each ongoing case, PSAC is requesting the government be forced to compensate unvaccinated members suspended without pay due to what it argues was a quote-unquote unreasonable application of the government's vaccine mandate for public servants. Canada Post implemented a COVID-19 vaccine mandate in October 2021, roughly at the same time as the rest of the federal public service. The mandate required employees to attest to having 2 doses of COVID-19 vaccine or risk being put on unpaid leave. The ruling says the policy's purpose was to limit the risk of COVID-19 transmission in the workplace. But Flaherty says that purpose was not met when it was applied to a handful of employees who had no reasonable chance of ever seeing their colleagues at the workplace because they worked entirely remotely. Okay, good enough. I'm already over the 3-hour mark here. But, I haven't talked in a while, so got to get it out there. Here's another one. Western Standard, Slobodane. Edmonton police knew vaccination may be harmful, but insisted on it anyway. Report. And it says, a damning report on the Edmonton Police Services, EPS, COVID-19 response alleges leadership knew vaccines caused quote-unquote serious injury, then mandated them for officers and civilian employees anyway. EPS employees were discouraged from asking questions about safety and penalized, some severely so, for refusing the jab. Today, however, documents released under information access request show there are members on short or long-term disability due to COVID-related injuries. Quote, there are allegations that some deaths may be related to the COVID pandemic response, not just the vaccines, close quote. Natasha Gonek, the report's author, told the Western Standard. Quote, there have been hospitalizations for cardiac injuries. There are people off work because they can no longer meet the fitness requirements. There's been a bit of myocarditis, skin issues, allergy issues, immune response, close quote. Quote, many employees say they are constantly sick now. These were healthy people, close quote. All part and parcel with everything that we've been tracking around here. Yet the report states that, quote, it does not appear the employer is tracking any of this information, close quote, on post-vaccine related medical issues. That's because they don't care. Shocking, the independent report, at the request of several EPS employees, is based on countless interviews and thousands of pages of evidence obtained through Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy, FOIP. It lists multiple recommendations, including a call for investigations, criminal and otherwise. It further claims that despite the number of cases of, quote, injury, illness, and alleged death, close quote, to employees, quote, growing with time, close quote, EPS, quote, continues to suppress the delay transparency, close quote, employing, quote, inaction and refusal, close quote, tactics. There's, quote, no indication, close quote, an internal operational review process has begun. Quote, the EPS is aware and has been accommodating vaccine injured and ill employees as well as those who had sustained other harms from other COVID-19 pandemic measures, close quote, states GONAC's executive summary. Analysis of the Freedom of Information disclosure documents relating to the Edmonton Police Service's COVID-19 pandemic response. FOIP evidence sheds light on why there may be a reluctance for transparency. Quote, the employer had knowledge of serious worker injury, hospitalization from side effects prior to the vaccine protocol being implemented in October of 2021, close quote, according to information gathered in the report. Monsters. They're straight up monsters. Quote, EPS meeting minutes and disclosed information shows that adverse events and the experimental status of the COVID-19 vaccines were known in January of 2021. These were discussed with the pandemic committee and EPS leadership, close quote. Quote, with the knowledge of harm, illness, and death relating to the vaccines, continuing to mandate the vaccinations in the workplace shows negligence on the part of the employer, close quote, said the report. The report exposed abuse of power and stomping on charter rights by forcing mandates and violating medical privacy across the board. The boomers love to stomp on human rights. I saw it my whole military career. Meanwhile, a quote unquote toxic and punishing work environment targeting, quote, a dirty unvaxxed, close quote, festered. Bullies violating conduct codes were not disciplined. And when employees sought answers to justify vaccine and masking mandates via appropriate internal channels, the employer neglected to practice, quote, due diligence, close quote. Quote, it was required by law that the EPS communicate to employees all information, including risks or harms relating to masking, chemical use, social distancing, COVID-19 vaccination, contact tracing, and testing, close quote. Instead, EPS demanded blind obedience. Quote, this forced compliance through intimidation, threat, harassment, isolation, conflict, and discipline in the workplace was overwhelming. This is on top of the already high level of operational stress from policing, close quote. With no evidence to support mandates, many members told the GONAC they quote-unquote struggled with orders to enforce them on the community. Police now must be quote-unquote unshackled to investigate quote-unquote criminal conduct swirling around mandates that affect, quote, a good chunk of the population, close quote, said GONAC. Quote, this level of abuse on the population was negligent, intentional, and there was a duty for those in the position of authority to stop the harm, close quote. That the service was trying to gain voluntary compliance in the general population, but not disclosing to the public health orders weren't enforceable is a, quote, huge issue, close quote. Yeah, they were never enforceable. All of this was illegal. I don't care what any judge in this country says. All of it was illegal from day one, and everybody should have known better if they genuinely didn't. Quote, and those discussions were being had with government. Those discussions with government are quite substantial because the police were then utilized to get compliance, close quote. Documentation shows EPS leadership, quote, did understand that the public health orders were not enforceable, close quote, so opted to urge public voluntary compliance. But compliance was demanded of EPS employees under threat of consequences. Quote, strategy is to make sure messaging is clear that we need to see compliance or there could be consequences, close quote. Read minutes from the September 20th, 2022 pandemic committee meeting. So the enforcers were also forced to comply. Quote, there was never informed, freely given consent for the pandemic measures in the workplace. After lengthy discussions with EPS employees, they confirmed that any submission or compliance with their protocol was done under duress, threat of job loss, threat of career advancement or disciplinary charges. Examples were made of the few members that stood firm in not providing information, close quote, said the report. And now the consequences. In a December 2023 FOIP disclosure revealed 165 employees were granted short-term disability due to COVID-19. It's unclear which were illness-related complications or COVID-19 related issues such as stress. Quote, however, the FOIP final lever did provide information that there have been paid short and long-term disability for vaccine-related conditions. Employees confirmed there were also accommodations in the workplace for vaccine-injured coworkers, close quote. Meanwhile, the vaccine-injured got little support from their union, the Edmonton Police Association, EPA-backed EPS mandates. Quote, the EPA supported the employer during the COVID-19 pandemic response and have refused to hold the employer for account for the harms. This includes, but is not limited to, gatekeeping the injury and illness files, close quote, states the report. More than 20 sworn members provided statements of vaccine injury and adverse events to EPA President Sergeant Curtis Hoopley in spring of 2023. Quote, but so many that have come forward confidentially to their coworkers asking, who is the doctor I can go see? I need medical help. They don't want their information disclosed because they're worried they'll be put on desk duty, close quote. When workplace measures, quote, escalated without justification, close quote, EPS employees joined another City of Edmonton employees. A letter was sent to EPS and the City of Edmonton, quote, outlining their legal obligations and liabilities for the employer's actions, close quote, states the report. But EPS employees ran into brick walls, so decided to obtain information on their own and approached GONAC. GONAC, a regulatory investigator for the College of Registered Nurses, until being let go for refusing to disclose her personal medical information, had become the go-to person for healthcare practitioners harmed by the system. GONAC made freedom of information requests for COVID-19 related decisions, information, communication, and documentation from their employer. She then sent her report, a summary of FOIP evidence, and many other interviews with members across Canada to the Alberta government and some federal MPs. Quote, the report is intended to further the best interests of the public and to enable a whistleblower pathway for the EPS employees that have sustained physical, psychological, professional, personal, and financial harm, close quote. She received 2 batches of FOIP documents, 5,421 pages in November 2023 and 3,296 pages in December. Quote, there's still a large chunk missing. We're waiting on the Privacy Commissioner to review. Their omissions speak volumes because they are omissions from May 2021 through the end of December 2021, close quote. Quote, that's when they would have been discussing the mandatory disclosures, mandatory vaccines, all of that outflow, as well as people who may have been vaccine injured, close quote. There were, quote, significant omissions and or exclusions, close quote, of documents, including, quote, key timeframes with the preparation and implementation of the mandatory COVID-19 vaccination status survey and the EPS COVID-19 vaccination protocol, close quote. Many documents were out of sequence, not date stamped, and didn't make, quote, the author, department, agencies, or usage clear, close quote. Approximately 4,500 emails were deemed non-responsive to the FOIP. GONAC recommended the Office of Privacy Commissioner address these and other omissions. GONAC's recommendations also include criminal investigation with public oversight by an independent team to renew information, evidence, communications, and actions of EPS leadership and professionals within the organization. An investigation into the chief of police for abuse of his position of authority that resulted in discriminatory and inconsistent application of discipline. Investigate EPS leadership and all advisors for possible breach of their duty of care in ensuring laws were followed in communication of personnel medical information, access of personal medical information, and the interaction with government officials to gain special access to the information in lieu of obtaining it through established channels. Determine who or what entity it was involved, potentially criminally, in requiring unjustified workplace measures and violations, including a lack of or false information provided to employers about workplace health and safety hazards. A referral for criminal investigation into the obstruction of investigation preventing police and others to determine if there is criminal obstruction of justice, breach of trust, charter, and constitutional rights. Specific information provided to EPS from Health Canada and Alberta Health used in making decisions regarding. All right, we got a few more recommendations there. I think you guys get the idea. I'm going to go ahead and power through this. I am at a 3.5 hour mark. Maybe this is the format I should be doing. Like once a week, I'll do like 4 hours or something. Maybe we can just chop it up into smaller stuff after that to maybe get it out there. I don't know. But I do know that I can't do 5 days a week for 2 hours right now because of my court cases and some various other initiatives I have on my plate. Okay, so here's Wall Street Silver. Breaking. The government is now admitting that the increase in heart disease and excess deaths are due to COVID vaccines. Dr. Thomas Levy. quote, vaccines are causing heart injury in at least 2.8% of people who receive the COVID injections, close quote. Quote, 7 million Americans now have heart damage by COVID vaccines, close quote. Now, this is actually in Britain, I believe. So here we go.
Deaths in England and Wales, and has attributed these to a combination of factors such as, and this is what it says, the prevalence of heart disease, flu, and heart disease. So the emphasis there is on heart disease. But of course, there are many people who feel that the increase in heart conditions and heart disease has been exacerbated by the very vaccines which people were persuaded to take in order to protect them against COVID-19. And I have a quote here from somebody called Dr. Thomas Levy, who writing again last year, he said this. He said, on his estimate, vaccines are causing heart injury in at least 2.8% of people who receive the COVID injections. And he estimated that a minimum of 7 million Americans now have hearts damaged by COVID vaccines. And although there's no way of being certain at this time, it's within the realm of possibility that over 100 million people in America have some degree of heart damage from the injections, not myocarditis, but heart damage that will be detectable with a troponin test.
All right. So more positive developments, I think. I mean, we've got these reports coming out. We've got these politicians that are getting on board. So slowly but surely, drip, drip, drip. I mean, this dam, as I'm saying all the time, there's cracks all throughout this dam. All we got to do is keep up the pressure, and it's going to break any minute now. Here is the Irish news. WHO pandemic preparedness treaty, quote, not acceptable to UK government. Health minister has said that the World Health Organization must, quote, fully respect national sovereignty, close quote, in any future pandemic preparedness treaty. So this is good news because, of course, the WHO is trying to get everybody to sign this treaty that would sign over national sovereignty to them in the event of a pandemic. And, of course, climate change is going to be an international health emergency here soon. So I think we see where this madness is leading. The World Health Organization's draft pandemic preparedness treaty is not currently acceptable to the government, a health minister said. Andrew Stevenson told Parliament the government is, quote, firmly fighting in Britain's interests, close quote, adding that the WHO must, quote, fully respect national sovereignty, close quote, in any treaty which comes forward as a result of negotiations. But MPs have called on the government to allow Parliament to review and vote on the treaty before the UK becomes a signatory. The WHO has proposed a convention, agreement, or other international instrument on pandemic preparedness and response intended to, quote, ensure communities, governments, and all sectors of society within countries and globally are better prepared and protected, close quote. The organization's intergovernmental negotiating body will compile a draft of the accord and will submit its outcome to the 77th World Health Assembly later this month. Facing questions in the House of Commons, Mr. Stevenson said, quote, the current text is not acceptable to us. Therefore, unless the current text is changed and refined, we will not be signing up, close quote. Conservative MP Danny Kruger, Divises, said, quote, we know from the drafts that there have been submitted in recent months that the real agenda of the WHO is. They want us having binding powers over national governments. They want to have binding powers over national governments to introduce all sorts of restrictive measures on our citizens, close quote. Mr. Kruger added, the government currently has the opportunity to oppose the treaty and asked, quote, will the government oppose any text that abides this or a future government in how it responds to health threats? And finally, crucially, will the government comply with the CRAG, the Constitutional Reform and Governance Act, the requirements to put the treaty into ratification vote in Parliament, close quote. Mr. Stevenson said, quote, the UK treaty-making process means the accord is, of course, negotiated and agreed by the government. Quote, Parliament, as he will know, plays an important part of scrutinizing treaties under the CRAG process, determining how international obligations should be reflected domestically. Quote, it's important to remember that because the exact form of the board has not yet been agreed, the parliamentary and the parliamentary and the adoption process will depend on which article of the WHO Constitution the accord is adopted under, close quote. Tory former Home Secretary Swilla Braverman said, quote, under no circumstances must we surrender our sovereignty or sign up to a lockdown charter, close quote. Mrs. Braverman, Ferrum, asked Mr. Stevenson, Quote, will the minister agree that fundamentally, and to coin a phrase, no pandemic treaty is better than a bad pandemic treaty? Close quote. Independent MP Andrew Brigden, Northwest Leicestershire, he's been pretty good, Andrew Brigden, called for a quote-unquote deferment of any WHO vote on the pandemic treaty, quote, until this House and others around the world have had a chance to examine these very important details, close quote. Labour's Shadow Health Minister, Andrew Gwynn, said, quote, and I want to be clear that a Labour government would not sign anything which would leave our population unprotected in the face of a novel disease. We're debating a treaty that is still being negotiated by member states, and none of us know the final content or wording. So can the minister reconfirm to the House that the government will not sign up to anything that would compromise the UK's ability to take domestic decisions on national public health measures, close quote. Earlier in the session, Ms. Stevenson said, quote, first, the government will only accept the accord and targeted amendments to the international health regulations if they are firmly in the United Kingdom's national interest, and no text has been agreed. Quote, we will only accept the accord and amendments by the World Health Assembly and adopt them if they are firmly in the UK's national interest to do so. Secondly, this government will only sign up to measures that respect our national sovereignty. And third, under no circumstances will we allow the WHO to have the power to mandate lockdowns. This would be unthinkable and has never been proposed. Protecting our sovereignty is a British red line, close quote. Mr. Stevenson also dispelled the quote-unquote myth that the UK would give away a fifth of its vaccines in a future pandemic, adding, quote, this is simply not true. And of course, we are a generous country. Companies may make their own choices to donate vaccines, but this would be and should be entirely their decision, close quote. Well, I think that's rather beside the point. The creeping tyranny is the point here. The global governance model here, the centralized planning for all of humanity, which is going to be a complete disaster with these buffoons at the helm, like Tedros Adhanom. I mean, give me any genocidal buffoon at that. Okay, and here is Ben Q. Breaking. Scotland's far-left anti-white First Minister Humza Yousaf will resign tomorrow after the collapse of his left-wing coalition. This was actually from April 28th, so he has already resigned. Oh, look at this. Now official. Here is a 30-second clip.
Therefore, after spending the weekend reflecting on what is best for my party, for the government, and for the country I lead, I've concluded that repairing our relationship across the political divide can only be done with someone else at the helm. I have therefore informed the SNP's National Secretary of my intention to stand down as party leader and ask that she commences a leadership contest for my replacement as soon as possible. Therefore, after spending the week...
So, I mean, he's the guy who gaslit Scots for being too white. Yeah, there's no way that he's going to be the guy to heal the divide. So at least he recognizes that. This is just one more domino to fall here, guys. So good to see this despicable human being getting out of the way. Patricia is saying, National Post said, quote, boomers get retirement, millennials get their debt, close quote, February 28th, 2024. I would love to see that article. If you got a link, feel free to send it to me there, Patricia. I mean, this is kind of the main thrust of my effort here. It's a demographic crisis. It's a generational crisis. That's the piece that everybody seems to be missing. But more and more people are waking up to it. People are really talking about, I mean, fairness for every generation is the sloganeering now coming from the Liberal Party of all people. So, I think that people are kind of waking up to what's really happening here, the gross unfairness. Okay, here's Lise Maria, and here is another positive sign, I think. She says, the Canadian NDP just interrupted our Mother's Day brunch to tell me that teachers should be able to keep secrets from parents. Guess how that went over? All right, so this is pretty glorious.
You believe that teachers should keep secrets from parents?
I may not agree with you, but...
Do you believe that teachers should keep secrets from parents?
Yes.
You do believe that they should keep secrets from parents?
Parents
Get off my lawn.
Thank you, friend.
You believe that teachers should keep...
Get out of here, you creep. That's right. That's what we got to say to all of them. Get out of our House of Commons, you bunch of creeps. Ooh, I got a long clip lined up here, and I'm going to be at the 4-hour mark here pretty soon. But Dinesh D'Souza was tweeting this out. Somebody sent it to me, and it's pretty glorious. now. Do I have it queued up to the right part here? Let me see if I can spare you a few seconds. Never mind. I'll just play it from the start. It's like 13 minutes. I'll play a few minutes of it. It's pretty spectacular anyway.
Populism is democracy.
I now look to Mr. Winston Marshall to close the case for the opposition.
Ladies and gentlemen, words have a tendency to change meaning. When I was a boy, woman meant...
Chad has said resignation letter, white. Yeah, that's pretty good. That's Hamza Yusuf right there.
someone who didn't have a cock. Populism has become a word used synonymously with racist. We've heard ethno-nationalist, with bigot, with hillbilly, redneck, with deplorables. Elites use it to show their contempt for ordinary people. This is a recent change. Not long ago, Barack Obama, while still president at the North America's Leaders Summit in June 2016, he took umbrage with the notion that Trump be called a populist. How could Trump be called a populist? He doesn't care about working people. If anything, Obama argued, he was the populist. If anything, Obama argued, Bernie was the populist. It was Bernie who'd spent 5 decades fighting for working people. But Trump, something curious happens. If you watch Obama's speeches after that point, more and more recently, he uses the word populist interchangeably with strongman, with authoritarian. The word changes meaning. It becomes a negative, a pejorative, a slur. To me, populism is not a dirty word. Since the 2008 crash, and specifically the $1 trillion Wall Street bailout, we are in the populist age. And for good reason. The elites have failed. Let me address some common fallacies, some of which have been made tonight. If the motion was that demagoguery was a threat to democracy, I would be on that side of the House. If the motion was that political violence was a threat to democracy, I'd be on that side of the House. January 6th has been mentioned. A dark day for America indeed. And I'm sure Congresswoman Pelosi will agree that the entire month of June 2020, when the federal courthouse in Portland, Oregon was under siege and under insurrection by radical progressives, those two were dark days for America. Yes?
There is no equivalence of it. So that, yes.
So you don't agree? But it's fine, you don't agree, that's fine.
But it is not like what happened on January 6th, which was an
That is Nazi Pelosi that is correcting him. I didn't realize that when I was listening to it the first time. That is actually Crypt Keeper Nazi Pelosi who's trying to tell him. She says, you are not, there is no equivalence there, but it is not like what happened on January 6th, which was an insurrection incited by the President of the United States. No, it was a setup that was perpetrated by you, the person in charge of the Capitol Police, who did not adequately staff the Capitol building for the event and declined the assistance offered by President Trump from the National Guard. So anyway, she is the mastermind of that false flag, and there are still hundreds of Americans behind bars because of her. Innocent Americans, I should say. So appalling.
insurrection incited by the President of the United States.
It's no shame. She's always going to double down. That's what they do.
So you don't agree? But you'll condemn those days. My point though is that all political movements are susceptible to violence and indeed insurrection. And if we were arguing that fascism was a threat to democracy, I'd be on that side of the House. Indeed, the current populist age is a movement against fascism. I've got quite a lot to get through. Populism, as you know, is the politics of the ordinary people against an elite. Populism is not a threat to democracy. Populism is democracy. And why else have universal suffrage if not to keep elites in check? Ladies and gentlemen, given the success of Trump, and more recently Javier Milei taking a chainsaw to the state behemoth of Argentina's bureaucratic monster, you'd be mistaken for thinking this was a right-wing populist age. But that would be ignoring Occupy Wall Street. That would be ignoring Jeremy Corbyn's for the many, not the few. That would be ignoring Bernie against the billionaires, RFK Jr. against Big Pharma, and more recently, George Galloway against his better judgment. Now, all of them, including Galloway, recognize genuine concerns of ordinary people being otherwise ignored by the establishment. I'm actually rather surprised that our esteemed opposition, Congressman Pelosi, is on that side of the motion. I thought the left was supposed to be anti-elite. I thought the left was supposed to be anti-establishment. Today, particularly in America, the globalist left have become the establishment. I suppose for Ms. Pelosi to have taken this side of the motion, she'd be arguing herself out of a job. But it's here in Britain where right and left populists united for the supreme act of democracy, Brexit. Polls have showed the number one reason people voted for Brexit was sovereignty, for more democracy. Thank you. What was the response of the Brussels elite? They did everything in their power to undermine the democratic will of the British people, and the Westminster elite were just as disgraceful. As we've heard, David Cameron called the voters fruitcakes, loonies, and closet racists. The Liberal Democrats did everything they could to overturn a democratic vote. Keir Starmer campaigned for a second referendum. Elites would have had us voting and voting and voting until we voted their way. Indeed, that's what happened in Ireland and in Denmark. Let's look at some of the other populist movements. The Hong Konger populist revolt is literally called the pro-democracy movement. The farmer revolts from Netherlands to Germany, France, Greece to Sri Lanka. Farmers are taking their tractors to the road to protest ESG policy that's floated down to us from those all-knowing, infallible elites of Davos. The trucker movement in Canada became anti-elitist when petty tyrant Prime Minister Justin Trudeau froze their bank accounts, not the behavior of a democratic head of state.
All right, that's about halfway in. I think that's good. Maybe you guys want to check this guy out later. I'll drop him in the comments. There you go, Rumble. And here you go, everybody else. If you want to check out the rest of that. I thought it was pretty good, though. And the populism argument, of course, it's just so foolish. That's what they've done. Like, populism is democratic. It's very pro-democratic. And they call them everything but. I guess I would consider myself a populist if I were a politician. Stephen Harper was a populist, and he was like, yeah, you should be responsive to your democratic base. That's what populism means, is that you're responsive.
In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank you for again allowing me to explain in detail why the leader of the opposition is a and his wife is a, and let's not forget that he is a.
Very well said. You are a gentleman and a scholar, Mr. Prime Minister. Now, I guess we'll have to listen to the leader of the opposition.
Following his decriminalization of crack, heroin, and other hard drugs, extremist policies that have taken the lives of 2,500 British Columbians every single year. When will we put an end to this wacko policy by this wacko prime minister?
Outrageous. How dare you speak to his dynasty with such disrespect? I hereby the leader of the opposition be expelled from the House.
If you were to do a scale of 1 to 10 of bad words, Wacko comes in at about 2.5.
That's Tom Mulcair saying that, if you're just listening. So that was a little TikTok that I thought was pretty entertaining. And I did pull up that article, and it is good. I read it while the video was playing. And it's not long, so maybe I'll go ahead and throw this in here. Thank you so much, Patricia. This is National Compost, Kelly McFarlane. I guess it's McFarlane. I've been saying McFarlane this whole time. Boomers get retirement. Millennials get their debt. You'll probably never meet a more idealistic generation than the baby boomers, or a more financially irresponsible one. That is the issue. It's the idealism. And that's right out of Strauss-Howe generational theory. The boomer generation, the prophet generational archetype, born in the wake of the previous fourth turning, being the Second World War. They are marked with a sense of idealism. Okay, it's the cast of Happy Days. That's who's running our country right now. So they tend to think that everything's great because it's been great for them. And if the rest of us are complaining, then there must be something wrong with us, because Canada's a great country and everything just keeps getting better and better, and we're richer than ever. So I don't know what's wrong with all these other generations. Well, you're ripping us off. That's the whole problem. Okay, so National Compost. Millennials get their debt. You'll probably never meet a more idealistic generation than the baby boomers, or a more financially irresponsible one. Statistics Canada says the inevitable has finally happened. Baby boomers no longer rule the landscape like some ravenous but well-meaning tyrannosaur. Sometime before last July 1st, the agency says the number of millennials in Canada passed the number of leftovers from the post-war generation. For the first time since 1958, when my generation became the country's largest, Canada's average age has declined. We're getting older. The country is getting younger. Boomers out, millennials, Gen Z, Gen X, Gen etc. in. All I can say is, given the legacy they're getting, I hope they're not the vindictive sort. There's not much they can do about it anyway. We've done a pretty good job of feathering our nests while leaving behind the bills. We've got the houses, which keep going up in value. They've got the national debt, which pretty much does the same. We've got investments, benefits, old age security. They've got inflation, high interest rates, a healthcare system in crisis, thanks to considerable extent the cost of keeping us upright. We could afford big families. In 1958, Canada's birth rate was 27.2 per 1,000 people. Last year, it was 10.1. And even at that low rate, try to find an affordable daycare. For us, a first-timer's home had 3 bedrooms and a backyard. For young generations, house 600 square feet on the 6th floor sound. If you have to work there too. And you have to work there too. Honestly, it wasn't supposed to be this way. You'll probably never meet more of my idealistic generation. Maybe we didn't invent the social welfare system, but we grabbed it and ran. Universal health care, a national pension plan, generous unemployment checks, student loans, childcare payments. Yeah. It all costs money, but why should we care? We were young. We were optimistic. There'd be lots of money from somewhere. Yeah, from the younger generations. There was a war on, and even though it wasn't ours, we were against it. That's where it all went wrong. You should have done your part to contain that commie dragon in the little proxy war over there in Vietnam, instead of checking it out and murdering everybody. We were for civil rights. We like to protest to show our to show how progressive we were. Yeah, with the FLQ crisis and the original Summer of Love down in the United States, like we're talking like, death and destruction in their wake everywhere they go. Actually, we said, quote unquote, liberal, not quote unquote progressive, but somehow, quote unquote, liberal got to be a bad term. So now we're not that. We demonstrated, well, progressive is a bad term too. You're just progressively communist. The student movements of the 1970s were communist. We demonstrated, we waved signs, give peace a chance, make love not war, sit-ins, bed-ins, the Beatles, hippies, Woodstock, feminism, brawlessness. How liberated could you get? Somewhere along the line, things seem to have gone astray. How? Don't ask. Maybe idealism on its own just isn't enough. Idealism is the whole problem. People have to go to work, costs have to be covered, and why should we pay it all ourselves when we can demand the government do it? Annual deficits and Canada's federal debt started taking off in the early 1960s as boomers were entering their prime spending years. When Lester B. Pearson left office in 1968, the deficit was $1 billion, or 1.5% of GDP. When his successor, Pierre Trudeau, departed in 1984, it was $32 billion, almost 8% of GDP. The debt pile kept ballooning until the mid-1990s, when all the borrowing resulted in a crisis that temporarily put a halt to the spending spree. But not for long. A decade later, it was back to big spending, big deficits, and ballooning debt. I guess we didn't learn. So now StatsCan says Ottawa has to devote 10 cents on every dollar to paying interest charges. The spree has really taken off since 2015 when Stephen Harper left office. The past 8 years, Ottawa has added, why did she say Stephen Harper left office and then the past 8 years, Ottawa instead of Trudeau, has added almost $1 trillion to the debt. Thanks to rising interest rates needed to temper the rise in inflation, interest charges have nearly doubled to $46.5 billion a year. You can't blame boomers entirely for this mess. Neither the Prime Minister nor the Finance Minister meet the formal definition of a boomer. She was born in 1968, missing the cutoff by 3 years. He was born in 1971, but they certainly have the instincts. This is what I've been saying. On Friday, the Finance Department revealed that despite repeated pledges to exercise caution, the deficit for the first 9 months of the 23-24 fiscal year is 4 times higher than a year ago, most of the increase going higher interest payments. Look, let's be fair. Canada has a lot of generous programs. We do our best to make life easier from birth to death. We subsidize pretty much anything from energy costs. Why should people have to pay the full price for the power they use to battery plants? Why should giant international automotive corporations have to pay and build their own plants? When COVID hit, we sent money to 15-year-olds robbed of hope of burger joint jobs. Boomers started all of this. We wanted to make things easier, not rougher. All those decisions that have made it almost impossible to afford a house, zoning restrictions, development charges, rent controls, government downloading, were well-intentioned. And the huge increase in immigration, well, Canadians support immigration, right? It makes up a big part of our national pride. We were supposed to know they'd all want, were we supposed to know they'd all want a place to sleep? It's just that, like a lot of people, we weren't overly fixated on where it was heading cost-wise. Look at healthcare. For decades, we've enjoyed boasting about how Canada's universal access was the envy of the world, even if lots of other countries thought the same of their systems. Quote, "Don't touch healthcare," close quote, might as well have been our national motto. As a percentage of gross domestic product, we spend more than 36 of the 37 other countries in the OECD. Only the US spends more. Yet all we hear about are wait lists, doctor shortages, overwhelmed hospitals. Turns out throwing money at things doesn't necessarily make them work well. Now they tell us. Yeah, and you know what? They have the same problem in the healthcare system with the bloated managerial classes they do across all the other institutions. They just invent all of these needless senior management positions for layabout boomers who've been around for decades. So we might as well throw them a bone and make them a manager. And then they just walk around with a clipboard, stirring everybody's pot and making life miserable for everybody and just disrupting productivity everywhere they go. Okay. It's almost poetic that we're finally handing over the title of largest generation after 65 years, the same as the age of retirement. Or is it a cruel irony? Whatever the case, easy street, here we come, and keep up those CPP checks coming. Maybe we're old and spent all the money, but we still expect to be taken care of. No, I say ban the CCP, tear it down. The CPP, tear it down. The CCP too. We should ban them both. But CPP is running $1 trillion in unfunded liabilities right at the moment when our biggest generation and all of godforsaken human history is ready to punch out and leaving the rest of us with the price tag to pay for it. How are we going to pay that $1 trillion? Well, apparently it's immigration. But this is really something to see. Like, this is really getting mainstream now. Man, I wish I had a column at the National Post. I could give you a real doozy. Okay, here is the hub. And this is just another article that I was saying, like, people are catching on, I think. Here is Eric Lombardi. Baby boomers have won the generational war. Was it worth young Canadians' future? Young Canadians can't expect what boomers got, but they deserve more than they're getting. disrespectful, unappreciative, alienating, unfair, inflammatory, sensationalistic, ageist. I get called that all the time, ageist. And I always say, I didn't say old people, I said boomers. Like the silent generation is good to go. So are the GIs or what's left of them. It's just the boomers. Okay, so if you're a baby boomer, these are likely some of the thoughts you might have when being accused of waging war on young Canadians. We know the late 1980s were difficult. We know you've navigated personal hardships. You may still be. We know you've worked hard to give your children a better future. You've contributed enormously to building Canada as one of the most socially free countries on earth. Well, I don't really accept that either. So why do you got to butter them up so much? The housing crisis, the impacts of climate change, the enormous public and private debt, an evident decline in state capacity, and increasingly stagnant competitive economy. We know you didn't vote for this, and these problems are not only your fault. Surely young people could afford housing if they just quit the lattes and avocado toast and traded social media for hard work. Their anger must be overblown. The results of the latest World Happiness Report examined by the Hub this week should be a wake-up call. Ranking 6th globally in 2015, Canada has now slid the happiness rankings to 15th in 2023. That doesn't sound too bad, right? However, digging a bit further into the details uncovers a shocking generational divide, the largest of all countries surveyed. Canadians over 60 ranked as the 8th happiest globally, but Canadians under 30, 58th. Poor kids. Young Canadians are not okay, and why would they be? To come of age in Canada over recent decades means having borne witness to a steady erosion of your future prospects, with society placing anxiety-inducing burdens that the dominant generation has voted to make your problem. The ugly reality is that younger Canadians are living in the aftermath of a transformation that has eroded the social contract between generations. We have seen nearly every system and institution become a pyramid scheme, with the young at the bottom. Yeah, that's a great way, and a great way to say it. Okay. I'm not going to read the whole article. It's I'm going really long here. Life delayed, future denied. Housing starkly illustrates the generational divide in Canada, symbolizing the pinnacle of broader systemic issues that have forced young Canadians to unwillingly delay adult and domestic life. Take education, for instance. Canadian boomers have overseen an era of practically mandatory credential inflation, requiring young people to jump through circus hoops and pursue years of additional education and apprenticeship to have just the hope of securing middle-class jobs that were once possible with only a chance and a bit of on-the-job training. Yeah, you guys got a middle-class lifestyle out of high school education, and the rest of us need a freaking master's degree or two. After graduating, young workers face the daunting task of repaying an average of $28,000 in student debt, with salaries that have fallen nearly 10% when adjusted for inflation since 2010, lagging behind living costs for years. Meanwhile, the dream of home ownership has become a distant reality. In Ontario, for example, saving for a down payment now demands the 22 years of savings on an average income, a stark increase from the mere 6 years required 2 decades ago. You know, the better compare and contrast here would be between generations. What's it going to take for Gen Z to save for a house compared to the boomers? What does it take for young millennials to save for a house compared to older boomers? You know, because they could buy a freaking 3 or 4 bedroom house with a basement and a yard on 1 year's average salary, 2 years average salary. And nowadays, like, what's the average salary in Canada? About $65,000, and it's probably costing you 10 times that for your average house. So yeah, not exactly intergeneration fairness for every generation, as they say. A combined impact of prolonged education, stagnant entry-level wages, and soaring housing costs has significantly delayed financial and familial stability for young Canadians in comparison to their parents, often beyond prime reproductive years. This delay has directly contributed to Canada's fertility rate, the average number of children born to a woman in her lifetime, plunging from 1.7 in 2008 to 1.33 in 2022. Again, I would go further back. Why we're only going back to 2008 and the late 2000s for some of these compare and contrasts, I would be doing it between the boomers and Gen Z, or the boomers and the millennials. Young Canadian women reported having 0.5 fewer children than they'd like. Devastatingly, many young Canadians have given up entirely on the possibility of family life, unable to align financial realities with their desires, even with daycare for supposedly $10 a day. In response to the prospect of demographic decline, Canadian policymakers have leaned heavily on increased immigration to sustain population growth. This approach, beneficial in moderation, but having dramatically departed in recent years, has added to this list of challenges for young Canadians. It has driven up housing costs in a supply-scarce environment, abetted by infamous boomer NIMBYism, increased competition for entry-level jobs, contributed to a rising national unemployment burden, and fostered an economic environment that has empowered many employers to forego investing in their workers. According to the National Bank of Canada, in immigration, this country has engineered a quote-unquote population trap. Okay, I think that's good for that one there, but I just wanted to highlight that there is some raising awareness around this issue. And the NIMBYism, not in my backyard, is this is what a boomer generation, profit generational archetype seems to have been doing since the dawn of the species. The Garden of Eden is a fourth turning, and it's a story about the transition from a hunter-gatherer society to an agrarian society. That's what we see Adam and Eve doing in the scene after the banishment. Is they're farming, right? And that's what Yahweh is doing in the Garden of Eden. Is he's enjoying a higher standard of living where he and his peers are clothed, but the hero archetype, which is the millennial archetype, is Adam and Eve. They're not allowed to be clothed. They don't have any clothing. And boomer male says, you serve me. Your place is in the garden and you serve me. And in hunter-gatherer societies, the garden is the latrine. That's how fruit works. You're supposed to eat the fruit is the ovum of the plant. So you're supposed to ingest the seeds, transport them in your gut, and fertilize elsewhere. And so that's where hunter-gatherers have their gardens. It's in the latrine. So Adam's place is in the latrine. He's not allowed to wear clothes, and he serves boomer male, which is Yahweh. And he wants his perfect little Garden of Eden. He doesn't want them to farm because that's ugly, and it's gonna impact the scenery. Like he's Marvin the Martian, ready to destroy Earth because it's blocking his view of Venus. So yeah, and it seems to be the case that that's what they're doing now. They're going after the farming. They're saying that we're all destroying the earth. We're ruining everything and making it ugly. And this is their special and perfect little Garden of Eden. And we serve them. We prop them up, just like it said in the previous.
Do you think those measures will be enough to win back?
Okay, this is a pretty good question too.
Do you think those measures will be enough to win back millennial and Gen Z voters who previously had overwhelmingly voted for you, but have now moved to the Conservative Party? Emotional damage. Do you think those measures will be enough?
I love that guy. I haven't seen that guy in years. He's pretty funny. Let's watch it again.
Enough to win back millennial and Gen Z voters who previously had overwhelmingly voted for you, but have now moved to the Conservative Party? Emotional damage. Do you think those measures will be
okay? All right, that's enough fun for me. that guy's pretty funny. I like that. All right, that brings us to the Veterans for Freedom website. Finally, I've been at this for 4 hours, I think. You can subscribe to our newsletter by clicking subscribe here. Join Veterans for Freedom if you're a veteran by clicking join here. Support Veterans for Freedom by clicking support here. You have the option to donate to us to help with our operational costs, like my StreamYard account and the website, or you can donate to the support fund to help Canadians who are suffering under this tyranny. You can see we got all the buttons set up here for you guys to give your monthly subscription on your credit card. If you don't want to use a credit card, please set up your e-transfer to go to fund@veteransforfreedom.ca. That's fund@veterans4freedom.ca. Preferably with your auto deposit enabled. But if you're not able to do that, please use the password Fund for Freedom, and we'll take a look and see. March is up. Oh, well, yeah, it's May now. So March was, we had the winners up here, or the candidates were Chris Lysak, Lisa Robinson, and the Accountability Project. And the Accountability Project got the most votes for the win with 25. And of course, this is the one that was the federal not-for-profit with a mandate to advocate for human rights, including raising funds for public interest plaintiffs and class action lawsuits. The primary beneficiary of TAP will be the 20 plaintiffs in the Cornell et al. V. Trudeau, and the landmark lawsuit was submitted on 14 February 2024. That has 30 defendants coming soon and will hold our governments to account. And we also gave you the option to send 10% of your donation to Adopt a Veteran. So please sign up, and every little bit helps. We appreciate your support. And that brings us all the way back to Thomas Payne, who says, I prefer peace, But if trouble must come, let it come in my time so that my children can live in peace. Well, I think we're getting our wish now, aren't we? And Thomas Paine would have lived through the major crisis as a midlifer. He's a nomad Jenner like Gen X, so driven to proxy wars in his early life, only to see all his sacrifice wasted and driven back to total war in his midlife. And that was the American Revolution. So we tend to see a lot of insights coming from that generational archetype throughout the course of history. I mean, it would have been Thomas Paine and the founding fathers during the American Revolution, and in the American Civil War, it was Abraham Lincoln, and in the lead up to the Second World War, I mean, you've got Orwell and Huxley and F. Scott Fitzgerald and Ernest Hemingway. Okay, all nomads, all the same generational archetype. So very interesting little part of the whole cycle of history. And Thomas Paine, man, he wrote The Rights of Man. He wrote. He had some great works out there. A philosopher, very, very well known as, a Renaissance man, essentially. So, lots of insight there, I am sure, especially as a revolutionary, a successful one, a humanitarian for that matter. Okay, guys, that's it for me today. Anita is saying, I love that guy. Emotional damage. Yeah, I love him too. He is great. And Patricia's still laughing at stuff. Cindy's laughing. Everybody is everybody's having a good laugh at that. Let me see. Thank you. Debbie says, thank you. Great show. Patricia says, good night, everyone. Hearts Canada. Great show, Jeff. Hope to see you soon. Yeah, I will. I'll try to get one cranked out every week, guys. Maybe Monday night might be a good time to just kind of bang out a 4-hour live stream for the week. And then I'll try to work on some other like shorter clips and stuff that I want to work on. And I have some, all kinds of stuff. Like summer's coming and there's all kinds of stuff in the works, guys. So I'm just trying to juggle all that stuff. Colleen says, thank you, Jeff. Great to see you. Learn more from you tonight. Great chatting tonight too. Cindy says, thanks, Jeff Hartz. Glad you're back. You were missed. Thank you very much. And thanks everybody who did reach out to me while I was tending to other matters there. It is nice to know that I missed and that my work is appreciated. Dwayne says, thanks for the show, Jeff. Have a good tomorrow, folks. Going to be warm and sunny. Oh, that'll be nice to look to. Maybe I'll get some more quadding in out there. I went out on my quad on Sunday. I had to take, we got to take all that time and kind of build that resiliency and stuff like that. I have not been on my quad in so long, since last year. I went out with one of my buddies that I've known since I was a little kid, and man, oh man, did we ever have an awesome day. I was gone for 8 hours. 8 hours I was in the woods, and I only burned like $17 worth of gas. I love that machine. We were like in the middle of nowhere, going through the bog. We went all over Hell's Half Acre, Cape Breton, from Sydney to Glace Bay, back through Dominion, stopped at a restaurant on our way. Like, it's just, yeah, it's great stuff. If you're going to live in Cape Breton, you might as well have a quad, folks. And Adam says, thanks for the stream. And Chet says, thanks for making me feel not crazy. Well, thank you too. I feel less crazy doing this stuff. Thanks to all you guys. So I really appreciate you staying with me in all of this. And till next time, guys, stay frosty and stay safe out.
Won't you help to sing these songs of freedom? It's all I ever have. Redemption songs.